À l'ordre, je déclare
Order. I declare the sitting open.
meeting of the House of Commons Special Committee on COVID-19 pandemic. Je voulais dire que
I would like to say a few words for once again thank all the individuals in the House administration who have worked so hard to organize virtual meetings and in-person meetings. I'd also like to thank all members of Parliament for their patience and cooperation. During yesterday's virtual meeting, we had many fewer problems than during the first sitting, and I am convinced that deliberations will go well as we adapt to this new technology.
to the order of reference on Monday, April 20th, the committee is meeting today for the purpose of considering ministerial announcements, allowing members to present petitions, questioning ministers of the Crown, including the Prime Minister, in respect to COVID-19 pandemic, and considering during the take note debate a motion that the committee take note on the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Today's proceedings will be televised in the same way as typical of the House. La réunion aujourd'hui.
Today's meeting will be televised like typical meetings of the House.
Now proceed to ministerial announcements. A minister of the Crown may make a short statement. A member from each of the recognized parties, as well as member of the Green Party, may then comment briefly on the response. And now we'll go on to Ms. Freeland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Between the outbreak of war in September 1939 and the Allied victory in Europe on May 8, 1945, more than 1 million Canadians served in our country's armed forces. More than 43,000 lives were lost. In the liberation of the Netherlands, which we also commemorate this week, 7,600 Canadians perished over the course of a brutal 9-month campaign. The scale of their generation's sacrifice can be difficult to comprehend. For this was a time, Mr. Speaker, when Canada's population was only 12 million people. Think about that. Yet they shouldered their burden and they carried it without complaint until the job was done and they could come home and resume their lives. Those who were able to come home. In so doing, they laid the foundation not only for 7 decades of post-war peace and prosperity, but for a new generation of immigrants from across the European continent and, in time, from around the world, who built new lives in Canada and who built Canada itself. Pour eux,
For those people, our country represented peace and offered a lasting refuge from unrest and bloodshed. Then, as now, Canada held the promise of a better, more peaceful, and more prosperous future. Mr. Speaker, what a better and more enduring example is there of Canada's importance in the world? The tens of thousands of patriotic men and women who enlisted to serve their country during the darkest days of the war in the early 1940s could not have known that, in the end, the Allies would be victorious.
known that on a sunny day in May, long years later, Canadian soldiers would be greeted as heroes by throngs of overjoyed men, women, and children in the streets of Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and The Hague. They knew only that they had a moral obligation to serve. one shared, Mr. Speaker, by the 6 brave Canadians who tragically lost their lives a week ago while serving in Operation Reassurance. Mr. Speaker, as we mark the liberation of the Netherlands and Victory in Europe Day, we honor all these great Canadians. We honor their toughness, their moral fiber, and their resolve, which changed the course of history. We honor their sacrifice. Car les Canadiens qui sont...
For the Canadians who went to the front lines and served in the Second World War, not only defeated the forces of fascism, authoritarianism, and oppression, they built a better, more peaceful world. They built transatlantic alliances that protect us still today and formed bonds that enhance our prosperity. When Prime Minister Mark Rutte of the Netherlands addressed this House in 2018, he spoke of the enduring friendship between our two countries, a friendship forged during the war through the extraordinary actions of ordinary Canadians. Our soldiers liberated the cities from Nazi occupation, and to this day, the children who hailed them in the streets remember their courage. 75 years later, they continue to tend to the graves of our fallen soldiers, their children and grandchildren, lay flowers at the feet of monuments dedicated to the memory of our heroes.
It has been 75 years since our parents, our grandparents, and our great-grandparents, the greatest generation, stepped up to do their part to build a more prosperous, secure, and free world. As our Minister of Veteran Affairs put it, many sacrificed their future to liberate people who had suffered for years under brutal occupation. They left behind family, friends, children, parents, and communities, people that loved them. My grandfather, Wilbur Freeland, and his 2 brothers, Carlton and Warren, were among those volunteers. Carlton and Wilbur came home. Warren did not. Today, as our country faces a new battle against a pandemic that knows no borders, I cannot think of a better example to follow, and I cannot think of a better reason to serve. For the last surviving members of the greatest generation, our elders are now the generation most in need of our protection from the COVID-19 pandemic. They look to us to do what is right, responsible, and just, Mr. Speaker, however hard that might be. They look to us to forego, for now, the comforts and pleasures of gatherings and ordinary social interaction. They look to us to follow the advice of public health professionals, to wash our hands, to avoid non-essential travel, and to stay home as much as possible for as long as necessary. I actually think it's very simple, Mr. Speaker. We owe it to the generation of Canadians who won that great victory in Europe and who built the peace that followed to do whatever is in our power to keep them safe. And we owe it to generations to come, our own children and grandchildren, to bequeath to them a country that is more prosperous, more free, and more secure than the one we ourselves inherited. They did their part. Now we must do ours. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now go to Mr. Brassard.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the official opposition, I have the pleasure to join my honorable colleagues to support the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Netherlands and of Victory Day in Europe.
5 years ago this week, the guns fell silent, marking the end of a brutal war that had cost tens of millions of people their lives. This silence was replaced by cheers and tears as citizens took to the streets to celebrate the German surrender and the beginning of an era of peace. Today, we remember the courage of the more than 1 million brave Canadians and Newfoundlanders who left their homes, their families, and their friends to fight for freedom during the Second World War. Their service and sacrifice, along with that of our allies, allowed us to defeat the tyranny of Nazi Germany and fascist Italy, but it came at a great cost. By the end of the war, more than 45,000 Canadians and Newfoundlanders had made the ultimate sacrifice, and 55,000 were injured. All carried scars, whether visible or invisible, that would last a lifetime. While it is said that the First World War made us a nation, it was the Second World War that solidified Canada as a key player on the world stage. Despite our relatively small population, Canadian soldiers, sailors, and aviators punched above their weight, including at Dieppe, in Ortana, on Juno Beach, and in the liberation of the Netherlands. In early 1945, the 1st Canadian Army helped free Dutch cities and towns from their Nazi occupiers. After 5 years of German occupation, the Dutch welcomed Canadians into their homes and formed lasting friendships. Today, Canada is home to many proud Dutch Canadians. And in my riding of Barrie Innisfil, Tollendale Village, just around the corner from where I live, is home to many Canadians of Dutch descent who lived through this period of darkness in their homeland. And when I visit Tollendale, I hear the stories of what they went through under German occupation. I also hear about the undying gratitude they have for Canada and for the brave soldiers who came to free them. And it would not surprise me at all, Mr. Speaker, if Canadian flags are draped over the balconies of Tollendale Village today to signify that deep and profound level of gratitude. But the deep bond forged between our two countries goes beyond the battlefield. During the conflict, members of the Dutch royal family found sanctuary in Canada. And in recognition of our friendship, the Dutch sent thousands of tulip bulbs to Canada after the war, which became an annual tradition and the inspiration for Ottawa's Tulip Festival, which we celebrate each May. Like so many other celebrations, this year's Tulip Festival, in the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands and the Victory in Europe Day, will be much different.
Normally, we would gather at Cunedy Cenotafs to pay tribute to those who gave their lives for us and to remember that freedom has never been free. But because of the current pandemic, this year we will gather online for virtual services or pause in quiet personal reflection.
Normally, Mr. Speaker, we would gather at community cenotaphs to honor those who gave their lives and to remember that freedom that has never been free. But because of the current pandemic, this year we will gather online for virtual services or pause in quiet personal reflection. And while the crisis has affected Canadians from coast to coast, I know that the isolation has been particularly difficult for our seniors and our veterans. I ask Canadians to please remember to check in on the veterans and seniors in your communities. Let them know that they are not alone, that their service has not been forgotten, and that help will always be available if needed. For they are the ties that bind this great nation together. And during these unprecedented times, Canadians continue to demonstrate the dedication, bravery, and patriotism that defined our efforts throughout the Second World War. Our healthcare professionals are on the front lines each and every day fighting to keep us healthy and safe. Members of the Canadian Armed Forces are helping in long-term care homes. The Canadian Rangers are supporting northern and remote communities, and reserve units stand ready to help Canadians if needed.
All Canadians are grateful for your service, and on behalf of the official opposition, I would like to say thank you.
Canadians are grateful for your service, and on behalf of the official opposition, I would like to say thank you. Just this past week, Mr. Speaker, we were reminded of the tremendous cost of service, as 6 members of the Canadian Armed Forces were killed in a helicopter crash during Operation Reassurance. Our sincere condolences go out to the families of the fallen. May God bless them and comfort them during this difficult time. Today and every day, let us honor our veterans, our brave servicemen and women, and all those who continue to fight for a freer and peaceful world. Lest we forget, n'oublions jamais.
Lest we forget.
Nous allons continuer.
We're going to continue with Mr. Blanchette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to announce that I will like to talk about my thoughts go to the family members for Mr. Alexandre Maury-Morin, who died in the helicopter crash. He's from Trois-Rivières, the region that was affected, and my thoughts go out to all the people who are affected in that community for these 6 lives that were lost in an obviously very dramatic situation. Human lives lost in a military setting. We've seen many of these such situations, more than 7,000 during the liberation of the Netherlands. The Canadian Armed Forces, including many Quebecers, participated in. The duty to remember that we are doing today must continue. It must continue as the conditions that led to humans wanting to kill others not become forgotten in the past. It's an aberration, and it mustn't be forgotten. We should not reproduce these conditions. And after the Second World War, there were still conflicts and that needed our armed forces. Of course, I'd like to mention a Quebec hero, a major, who, according to history, liberated an entire community in the Netherlands, a municipality, from the Germans. It is this type of hero that is not very well known, but they participated in the creation of a strong identity within our nation. These people who fought for us, they fought for their country, for their nation. They often did so for their loved ones, for their families, to protect those they loved. We owe them so much.
We owe so much to the people who came before us, to the people who protected, gave their lives, and built the rich society that we live in today. This society today is now in a position to face an unprecedented health crisis. And it's important to point out today that while we are paying tribute to people who are long gone, we could also pay tribute, a lively tribute, to those who remain among us, to those who built this rich society and who can today face the pandemic. Paying tribute cannot just be through words alone. It is our duty to remember those who came before us. It's our duty to take action for those who are still among us. from a health perspective, it's our duty to do our utmost to protect people who were with us before the crisis, to ensure that they remain with us after the crisis, to help them through alive. But we also face an obligation, and time is of the essence. We must help the most vulnerable in our society. They're facing anxiety, a very difficult burden. In mid-March, we stopped sitting in this chamber, and sporadically we sat following that, in addition to sitting virtually. And it's now the start of May. I don't want to single out anyone because we are collaborating, but we have a duty now to take action for our seniors. And I will repeat this time and time again. Our seniors are the most vulnerable and fragile, according to statistics, during this pandemic. They're also facing economic anxiety. They are the most isolated, geographically, oftentimes in the regions. They're isolated in places where few people can go, or where they're just being authorized to go out. They have a lesser mastery of technology, for example. So again, I reiterate the call for us to take action quickly. And it's just a fraction of all of the assistance measures that have already been rolled out. We need to resolve this issue. I want to see a sigh of relief, a smile on the face of the hundreds of thousands of seniors who are impatient because they are afraid, because they don't know how to cope. I call on us all to focus on the urgency of the situation. Now, we want to take quick action, but every day that passes, this sense of urgency is being trivialized. Some emergency benefits will be wrapping up in some cases and won't have been used for the purpose they were designed for. We have put in place conditions now, thanks to our predecessors, for a better society, and we can't abandon any part of it. Be it the lobster fishers in the East, the researchers that are working hard on solutions to our problems, be it the many workers in the tourism sector, for example, who wonder how they'll make it through the summer because programs don't go that long, or our seniors, to whom we owe so much. Urgency must remain intact. It must remain our top concern until we are sure that we have left no one behind. Not our ancestors who went to war, who left no one behind, who abandoned no one. Mr. Chairman, I call for compassion, commemoration. I urge us all to act quickly for the benefit of our loved ones and to do so in respect for their ancestors who did so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. This week we mark the 75th Liberation of Netherlands and Victory in Europe Day. we honor all these great Canadians. Cette semaine, nous célébrons le 75e.
This week, we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands and Victory Day in Europe. There are many events that we can be very proud of in Canada, and one of the most significant and most memorable is the liberation of the Dutch.
Brave soldiers' efforts to free their country after years of harsh German occupation during the Second World War. In the liberation of Netherlands, 7,600 Canadians perished over the course of a brutal 9-month campaign. In doing so, they laid the foundation for 7 decades of peace and prosperity. L'année dernière, j'ai eu l'honneur d'assister.
Last year, I had an opportunity to attend ceremonies on Juno Beach in recognition of the contributions made by Canada to the war. And I was standing on the same beach that so many Canadians stood on back in the day, and I had trouble imagining the courage they needed to fight.
On Juno Beach, the same beach as thousands of young Canadians who did this 76 years ago. I could imagine the courage it took to fight against the forces of hate. Standing there with Canadian veterans who made the trip back to where they fought was something I'll never forget. Those who made the ultimate sacrifice had their young lives cut short so that we could stand here today as free people. We will never forget them. Au nom de tous les néo-démocrates
On behalf of all members of the NDP, on the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the Dutch Liberation and Victory in Europe Day, we express our gratitude for their services, and we pay tribute to their sacrifices.
all New Democrats, on this important 75th anniversary of the liberation of Netherlands and on Victory in Europe Day, we let all our veterans know just how grateful we are for their service and their sacrifice, and we will always remember. Thank you.
We'll now go to Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Norman, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to colleagues. Merci à tout le monde. Merci à notre...
Thank you to all, and to our Deputy Prime Minister for her remarks, and to all colleagues here.
Today, as we join together on some occasions that are somber, where we can put partisan rancor to the side. I want to acknowledge I'm standing today on the traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples and express gratitude once again, Miigwech. I have the enormous privilege of being a close friend of two of the Canadians who were involved in the combat in liberating the Netherlands 75 years ago. I'm holding a virtual community meeting this Friday night, and I invited one of those extraordinary people to join by Zoom to speak to whoever from my community is joining, what we normally would have done in person, of course. So I want to tell you a little bit about Major Retired Commander Charles Goodman, who served at D-Day, was part of the liberation in the Netherlands, who on the 70th anniversary of the liberation was fortunately, our Department of National Defense pays attention, the Department of Veterans Affairs brought him with the group that went to the Netherlands to celebrate and mark the 70th anniversary. Chick Goodman was one of those who liberated the Westerbork concentration camp. Anne Frank was once at the Westerbork concentration camp. It was something of a transit station, and people were rerouted from Westerbork. Anne Frank died at Auschwitz. But that liberation stands in memory of all. I also, as a child, my family friend, now deceased, was part of the Dutch resistance. And I wanted to pause for a moment to say a tribute to the Dutch people who, with an occupying force of Nazis in the cruelest and most dangerous of circumstances, continued to shelter Jews, continued to fight in the resistance, died fighting the Nazis in the period of time in which they were occupied. Our family friend Chris van Weingarten lived in The Hague, and as a small child I was riveted by their stories of him hiding in the family attic with a false front closet in which they hid the family silver as a false front. And sure enough, the Nazis came one day, discovered that there was a false wall, got through it, found the family silver, but didn't go through the second false wall to find the staircase to the attic. There's tremendous courage and heroism among the Dutch people that I want to also celebrate today. But Chick Goodman, who now in his 90s is joining the community virtual meeting this Friday night to share with some of our constituents of his experience of war and, thank the Lord, his experience of peace. But ironically, today is the anniversary of the death of my other very close friend who fought with the Canadian forces in the liberation of the Netherlands. May 6, 2014, 6 years ago today, we lost Farley Mowat. Now, Farley was, as many of you will know, a member of the Hastings and Prince Edward's Regiment. He wrote 2 books about the war, one called The Regiment, which is a tribute to the history of the Hasty Peas. The other, called And No Birds Sang, is the story of the Italian campaign. To read that is to know we never go to war again, ever. But Farley never wrote of what he did with behind enemy lines intelligence just before the war ended. He met in secret with a German commander who was willing to be persuaded that there was a problem because the civilian population of the Netherlands was starving. People were down to eating tulip bulbs and horses. There was a very immediate risk of famine even as the Allied forces closed in and were ready to liberate the Netherlands. So that meeting, Farley Mowat, young officer, with another officer, managed to lay the groundwork to get to higher command with a plan that the Germans would stand back if there were prearranged food drops coming from Canadian, British, and American bombers on prescribed routes to try to drop food in places where otherwise the Dutch would starve to death before they could be liberated. It's an extraordinary story. Farley never wrote it, but Operation Chow Down, that's the name, what they called it. It came out of Prince Bernhard making a frantic call, a plea to General Eisenhower, and Eisenhower said, "I can't do anything." But the Canadians put this together, and I think it bears a mention. This is a day to mark heroism, a day to mark sacrifice. Pour tous les gens qui, je veux rendre hommage à tous.
And I want to pay tribute to all our veterans, to the people who have passed this week.
In the cyclone crash. Mais c'est maintenant le 75e anniversaire de.
But today we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands, and I thank them for their courage, for all soldiers, for people who had the courage to stop the Nazi forces.
Just close by reinforcing the words of the leader of the Bloc Québécois and picking up on the points made by our Deputy Prime Minister. Among us today, the most vulnerable to COVID-19 are that generation. We can't turn our backs. It is urgent. I know there are things being done, but more needs to be done. Je veux souligner les mots du chef de Bloc Québec.
And I want to reiterate what the leader of the Bloc Québécois said today. We need to do more for our seniors.
I want to just give thanks for those people I know. Thank you, Chick. Thank you, Farley. Thank you, Chris. the people I had touch my life, who were the real heroes of a period of time that I hope we will never see again, and that we will embrace a post-pandemic period with the same spirit of courage that we exhibited post-war. Take care of each other, rebuild our economies, whether it takes a Marshall Plan or a new Bretton Woods plan, we work together. Thank you all. Merci, miigwech, dankjewel.
I understand there's an agreement to observe a moment of silence in honor of the 75th anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands by Canadian forces and the 75th anniversary of VE Day. We'll now proceed to the presenting of petition period not exceeding 15 minutes. I would like to remind the members that any petition during a meeting of the special committee must have already been certified by the clerk of petitions. Once a member has presented their petition, we ask that they please come and drop it off at the table. Presenting petitions, Mr. Motz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to present e-petition 2341 on behalf of more than 175,000 Canadians. And this pile on my desk, Mr. Speaker, is but a small sampling of that 175,000 Canadians who oppose the Liberals' firearm ban and believe that using an order in council to bypass debate and accountability in this House is wrong and undemocratic. This is the largest e-petition in Canadian history to date, although I am pleased to report that new petition 2574, started recently by my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill and also directly related to the recent gun ban, already has over 80,000 signatures in the first day. And that fact, Mr. Speaker, just underlines the significant importance of this issue to Canadians. As the 2341 petitioners note, the government's ban fails to take firearms away from criminals and unfairly targets Canadians and their firearm owners, and who are already among the most vetted in Canadian history and society. I believe that it is wrong for the government to use the current pandemic and the immediate emotion of the tragedy in Nova Scotia to push their ideological agenda and make major firearms policy changes at this time. As a former police officer, I know firsthand that Canadians want real action on crime, on gangs, on smuggled firearms and illegal firearms. The vast majority of Canadian crimes committed by guns are committed by illegally obtained firearms by individuals who are not legally authorized to possess them. Nothing the Liberals announced last week addresses this problem. Instead, the government's policies are targeting law-abiding firearm owners instead of the dangerous criminals who choose to do evil with illegal and smuggled firearms. This is lazy and ineffective government. Conservatives have and will always support common-sense firearm policies that keep guns out of the hands of dangerous criminals. We know that it is much harder.
Point of order, Ms. May.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can I get some clarification? Do the normal rules of presenting petitions still apply under the rubric of COVID-19 committee?
Yes, they do. And we.
A speech.
That is a valid objection. Making a political statement and making a speech. I'll ask the member to wrap up as quickly as possible.
Well, first of all, I'd like to address the point of order, Mr. Speaker, if I could. In a democracy, this is a petition put in by Canadians who believe their democratic process has been challenged. And as such, I believe I should have the ability to take 2 to 3 minutes maximum to explain what their concerns are in this House. And I am about 1 minute finished, 1 minute before done or less, Mr. Speaker, to finish, and I'd be honored to be able to wrap it up on behalf of the Canadians who trust us to do their business in this House.
The normal way of doing things is a very concise description of the petition. It has deviated a bit. I'll let you wrap up very quickly. I'll give you about 30 seconds if you don't mind.
Thank you. We know, Mr. Speaker, that it's much harder and more difficult to go after criminals and illegally fired firearms, but that is the difficult work that we as Conservatives have always been prepared to do. We know that there's a lot to be done.
If I may interrupt again, I just want to clarify that it's about the petition, not about a speech. Yes. I'll just ask him to wrap up about the petition, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to do that, and I will. I just want to voice my objection. This is how Canadians feel right now about what's been done last week, and I'll wrap up with this. I would like to thank my constituent, Mr. Brad Mansidiak, who initiated this petition, and for the 310,000 Canadians who signed this petition. I'm also thankful, Mr. Speaker, for the millions of Canadians who oppose this Liberal government policy and their policies on gun control. We will stand together and not be deterred in our fight to do what's right for Canada and for Canadians. Thank you.
Thank you. Presenting petitions, the Ms. May.
I better not make a speech. In presenting this petition, it's electronic petition number 431. The petitioners ask that this House assembled consider the urgency of the climate crisis, that it is an emergency, that Canada is called upon to set ambitious targets, and these petitioners call for Canada to act expeditiously to ensure that domestic actions meet the global challenge of holding global average temperature to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, Ms. Matheson.
Speaker, I'd like to present this e-petition. One of my young constituents, Haley Odegaard, presented this to me, and I think it's timely considering just last week we were talking a lot about students in this House, and I hope we continue to talk about how we're going to help them. This petition is regards to the fact that over half of Canadian post-secondary students graduate with student loan debt. And she indicates, and all the petitioners indicate that millennials now account for 20% of Canada's population, and many are unable to purchase homes, get married, or have children due to this financial burden. An educated workforce is an advantage that should be viewed as an investment in our future, and higher education should be encouraged and not penalized. So the petitioners ask that they call on the Prime Minister and the government to eliminate interest in all outstanding and future federal student loans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Seeing none, we'll proceed to questions to the ministers. I would like to remind the honourable members that no member shall be recognized for more than 5 minutes at a time, and that member may split their time with one or more members by so indicating it to the chair. I also wish to remind the ministers that their response should approximately reflect the time taken for the question. Veuillez noter que...
Please note that given rapid exchange during this meeting, we will suspend the proceedings every 45 minutes in order to allow employees who provide support for the sitting to substitute each other safely.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Speaker, companies are facing unprecedented challenges. What's more, they're not giving them rent support for those companies that lost less than 70% of their revenues. Those who lost 50% of their revenues aren't eligible for the wage subsidy, and they may have to shut their doors. The government has missed the mark with these programs. Are they ready to make changes to make these programs more generous and flexible to help small businesses in need? Mr. Speaker, we agree that small businesses are essential for our economy. And that is why our government has set up an economic program that is unprecedented in Canada's history to help all Canadians, both workers and companies, to pay their salaries. And for small businesses, we've given them $40,000. Also, we're now going to move on. Mr. Scheer.
The cold-hearted nature in which they've designed these programs are forcing incredibly difficult choices on small business owners. For example, a small business owner that is told in the next few weeks that he or she is able to reopen at a reduced rate will face a very difficult decision of whether or not to operate at 50% of their revenues and lose the supports, or stay closed and be able to pay their rent with the subsidy program. So why won't the government make these programs more generous and more flexible to facilitate the reopening of our economy?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by challenging the notion that our economic support has been in any way cold-hearted. I think all the members of this House really feel for Canadians. We know that this is an unprecedented time without parallel since the Second World War, and I think all of us are working hard to support Canadians and Canadian companies. Our economic support right now is at 11% of GDP. That is a lot of money going into the Canadian economy, and that is great. When it comes to flexibility for the support for small businesses, we have made some tweaks along the way.
We'll now go back to Mr. Scheer.
The fact remains, Mr. Speaker, that there are so many Canadians that are going to be facing incredibly difficult choices. The government has had this flagged for weeks now, and yet they have so far refused to change those programs. Someone who earns $1 more than $1,000 in a month will lose the entire $2,000 emergency response benefit. That is certainly not generous. Conservatives believe that these programs should be more flexible. But there are other examples of the government hurting Canada's response to this pandemic. The delay in approvals by Health Canada is forcing our provinces and companies to look elsewhere for personal protective equipment. We know that the mass production of personal protective equipment is critical, not only to the frontline healthcare workers like nurses, doctors, and support workers, but also to support the efforts to get people back to work safely. Canada's small businesses have answered the call and are trying to meet this demand, but news reports indicate that they are running into government bureaucracy and red tape, since Health Canada has so far been unable to come up with a system that fast-tracks approvals. So why is the government slowing down the production of Canadian-made PPE?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government is not slowing down the production of Canadian-made PPE. I, in fact, agree with the member opposite that the fact that Canada has preserved a strong manufacturing base and the fact that Canada's outstanding patriotic manufacturers are stepping up to support us is fantastic. We are working so closely with those manufacturers. We are proud of their work. I spoke last night to the CEO of Thornhill Medical in my own riding. They are making ventilators right now and have started to deliver them to Canada.
We're going to continue with Mr. Blanchette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes when something's rare, it has more value. I agree with the Leader of the Opposition. The Bloc set out a condition when it approved the measures with respect to wage subsidies, namely the certain fixed costs for companies. The only rent support, is somewhat restrictive. Many small companies have access to nothing still, and they're panicking. They're wondering how they're going to get through this crisis. And we have to respect the commitments that were made. So small companies, small businesses, we're going to talk about them this morning. For example, lobster companies and many other industries in the tourism and summer festival industries, research. Can the government clearly commit now to say that they are going to extend existing programs to adapt to the reality and the needs of these industries in Quebec if this crisis extends? The government can commit to say that we're going to do everything that is necessary to support Canadians, Quebecers as well, and the Canadian economy. Today, it's impossible to talk about what will happen in the future, but Canada will be there to support Canadians and to support our government. We've already done a lot. 11% of our GNP is a lot, and we're going to do everything necessary in the future. Mr. Blanchette, my expectation, I would have rathered a more specific answer, but it was such a broad answer that it sounds like the regional minister in Gaspésie, who, when he tells fishers, when he's asked about details. Time is flying by, and we really have to look at this. The fishing industry and the lobster fishing industry is in an alarming situation. Their prices will be very low because their markets are being strained. Their prices will be higher. Their expenses will be higher, like any other business. And their season will be almost over by the time they get assistance. Will we be creating new programs? And can you make a specific commitment to tell that the companies that are in tourism and fishing, so that they know they're reassured that there'll be something for them in the short term? The Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say two things. First, my colleague is right. Fishing and tourism sectors do have specific characteristics. There is a seasonal nature to their work, and we agree. We have to be mindful of that. But I'd also like to underscore the fact that we've already invested $675 million in 6 regional development agencies. And one of the objectives of these agencies, and one of the reasons why we invested a lot of money in them, is to work in the regions with companies in fishing and tourism. Mr. Blanchette, very quick question, 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, for a company in the lobster sector, if you give them a $40,000 loan and you expect $30,000 back next year, it won't work for them based on their sales. Can we ensure that the ratio of the loan could be adjusted and the reimbursement period to really help them? The Deputy Prime Minister, 30 seconds or less. Fishing, including lobster, is a really specific case, and we're working on that.
Singh.
Mr. Chair, we know that there's a return to work, and in some conditions, the work conditions are not adequate. So will the government confirm that if a worker refuses to do dangerous work because the conditions aren't adequate, that worker will still be able to access the CERB?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no Canadian worker ever should feel compelled to work in dangerous conditions. That is particularly true today when we know conditions are particularly dangerous. And this government will never do anything with our programs to force workers to make that kind of a choice.
Singh.
The situation is in Cargill, there's 900 workers right now that have fallen sick to COVID-19. And the workers and the union are asking that conditions be improved so that workers are not put in a situation where they're unsafe. Now, the federal government has authority over food safety, and I make the argument that food safety and worker safety cannot be divorced. So will the government ensure that those workers are in a safe work condition?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is quite right. that where the federal government has particular authority in food processing is to guarantee the safety of the foods processed there for Canadians to eat. I think all members know that it is the provinces who are responsible for public health and for delivering health care. They are doing a fantastic job, and we are collaborating closely with them. When it comes to Cargill and food processing, I agree with the member opposite. That's something we all need to be particularly concerned about, and we have been.
Mr. Singh.
Will the government commit to using the authority that they have under food safety to ensure that workers are also safe? Because there's no way that food can truly be safe if workers are in a dangerous condition and if workers are contracting COVID-19. And we've heard from workers that have died in meat processing facilities. If workers are dying, the food can't be safe. Will the federal government use its authority to ensure that workers are protected?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think we all understand there is a very clear difference between the duty to inspect food which is produced and to ensure that that food is safe for Canadians, and the equally, I would say, even more sacred duty to ensure that workers are working in safe conditions. We take both of those extremely seriously, and we are aware what falls specifically in our jurisdiction. Having said that, we care very much about all Canadian workers. I think all of us are so grateful for the essential workers working in Canadian food processing. We have a shared responsibility to keep them safe.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Chair, we know that in the return to work, one of the things that's absolutely important is that if a worker is sick, they should be able to stay at home and they need paid sick leave. And so one of the things we're pushing for is in the return to work, will the government guarantee that all workers get 10 days of paid sick leave, that they can use the CERB or the EI to obtain 10 days at minimum sick days so that if they are sick, they don't have to make the choice between going to work and risking the transmission of the illness or staying at home but not knowing how they're going to pay the bills.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with the member opposite that one of the most important things, I would say in general, but particularly when it comes to addressing the spread of coronavirus, is for all of us to stay home if we are even a little bit sick. And that is precisely why we took the unprecedented step of putting in place the CERB. The initial inspiration there was to make sure there was no disincentive for people to stay home, to take care of themselves, to take care of their children, to take care of their communities.
Singh.
Won't cover workers if they have to stay home for less than 14 days. So my question is, will the government commit to allowing the CERB or a modified version of EI to be put in place so that a worker can take paid sick day leave if they need to stay home from work?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just point out one thing specifically when it comes to coronavirus, and that is if people suspect, if they have symptoms that they think may mean they have coronavirus, the prudent thing would be to stay home for 14 days.
Mr. Singh, a question of 30 seconds or less.
Sure. Government employees, workers, and members of the Public Service Alliance of Canada have been delivering frontline care and battling COVID-19. They've been delivering emergency financial supports to millions of Canadians, but 140,000 of them are working without a contract. Thanking these workers is not enough. Will the government commit to bargaining with these workers in a fair manner, to go beyond just thanking them, but bargain with them to ensure they have a contract?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I do actually want to start by recognizing the outstanding work of Canadian public servants. All of us on this side of the House are privileged to work with them every single day, and they are doing an amazing job in supporting Canadians through this unprecedented crisis. Now, when it comes to collective bargaining, our government believes in that, and of course we will bargain and negotiate in good faith.
We'll now go on to Mr. Genereux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, can the Minister confirm that she has reached out to the WHO in support of the Health Committee's request to speak to Dr. Albert?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I personally have not reached out to the WHO. Thank you.
Mr. Genereux.
As provinces begin to reopen their economies and Canadians are encouraged to return to work, is the government confident in the tools currently available to adequately trace cases and prevent a large second wave?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the honourable member is correct. Tracking and testing is going to be a very important component of keeping Canadians safe. We are working with the provinces and territories as we speak to make sure that we have a comprehensive approach that will ensure the safety of Canadians when they return to work.
Mr. Genereux.
Through you, Mr. Chair, how many tests would Canada need to be able to conduct to reopen the economy?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the question that the member opposite is asking is a difficult one because, in fact, there are testing strategies that are determined by jurisdiction. However, having said
we'll
that,
go
the
back
federal
to
government is working to make
Mr.
sure
Genereux.
that capacity exists.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what is Canada's current testing capability?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, our current testing capability is about 60,000 tests per day.
Mr. Genereux.
How many Canadian companies have properly applied through the Buy and Sell portal to supply Canada with PPE?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I don't have the exact number of how many companies have applied through Buy and Sell. It's somewhere in the range of 5,000 to 6,000 companies. I know my colleague, Minister Baines, has worked carefully to contact all of those companies.
We'll go back to Mr. Genereux.
How many of these Canadian companies have been approved to begin producing PPE to the Government of Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking for the detailed information on how many companies have been approved, but I can say it's a fair number of companies, Mr. Speaker. There are a variety of different devices that are being analyzed through Health Canada. The determination of Health Canada is that the devices that are sold in Canada must be safe, obviously, for Canadians, and so we continue
We'll
to
go
do
back
that
to
work for an
Mr.
expedited
Genereux.
order.
How many of these applications have received a response from the government?
The majority of applicants through the Buy and Sell webpage have received a response.
Mr. Genereux.
With tools currently in place, is the government confident that Canada can manufacture enough PPE to supply our frontline and essential service workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I'm sure the member is aware that personal protective equipment is in hot demand all across the world as countries prepare and manage their respective outbreaks. Here at the Government of Canada, the member is well aware that we have both a procurement process and a domestic production process, and we are, we believe, turning a corner. We have been able to
Mr.
meet
Genereux.
the demands of provinces.
Has the minister heard from patient groups that the PMPRB regulatory changes will negatively affect drug supply?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there are some members of Canadian society who have concerns with the PMRPB, and there are others that do not. Thank you.
Genereux.
Has the minister heard from patient groups, though, on the PMP regulatory changes?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, my department and my office are in regular conversations with patient groups. We stand committed to ensuring that patients who suffer with a variety of conditions get the support and the treatment that they deserve.
Mr. Genereux.
With COVID-19 currently threatening Canada's drug supply, will the government delay the PMPRB regulatory changes scheduled to come into force July 1st?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member knows that our government has been committed to ensuring that medication is available to Canadians and that the cost of medication does not stand in the way of Canadians getting the medication that they deserve and they need to treat their illnesses. We'll continue that important work.
Mr. Genereux.
Again, Mr. Speaker, will the scheduled July 1st date be rescheduled or delayed?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government will always remain committed to the work that we started in our mandate and that has been supported by Canadians to ensure that the cost of medication is not something that makes medication inaccessible to Canadians.
We'll now go to Ms. Shin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Many ethnic communities look to ethnic media for information about their local cultural community and news articles written through the unique lenses of their ethnic Canadian identity. But they're struggling to survive because of revenue loss caused by the pandemic. Will the Minister of Canadian Heritage be including ethnic media outlets to receive part of the $500 million funding for cultural sectors? If so, how much and which companies will benefit?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. In fact, we've already been investing in these media in more than 12 languages in Canada, more than 900 newspapers, 500 radio stations and TVs across the country. Thank you.
Ms. Shin.
Thank you. In doing so, have they been part of then the $30 million ad buyout? And if so, will the minister provide my office with a public report that identifies which ethnic media companies were included and how much was spent with each? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
The answer to the first question is yes. The answer to the second question is we're still compiling that list, but we'll be happily to share it with them.
Ms. Shin.
Thank you so much. My next question, forest fire season is approaching British Columbia, and a wildfire in the midst of stringent social distancing measures would require a unique plan to ensure a safe evacuation. What is the minister's emergency evacuation plan for forested urban ridings if a fire disaster were to take place?
The Honourable Minister.
Please just let me assure the member opposite that our emergency preparedness work with provinces and territories is ongoing, and in light of the COVID pandemic, a number of additional measures are being taken, but we are prepared to respond to any request for assistance that we receive from any of our provincial jurisdictions. Thank you.
Ms. Shin.
Thank you. The village of Belcarra in my riding is a densely forested area. If a forest fire were to start, it could potentially consume the entire riding. Currently, Belcarra only has access to 1 hour's worth of water to put out a forest fire, and there are only 2 narrow roads for evacuation from Belcarra. So far, Belcarra has been safe because of luck and good providence. The limited water supply issue must be resolved, especially during this pandemic, with added complications. Over a month ago, the mayor of Belcarra put forward an application to seek government support to build a water reservoir in the village. Will the Minister of Infrastructure return my request for a phone or Zoom call and discuss this urgent need for infrastructure support with the mayor of Belcarra? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a very important part of our work of emergency preparedness is making investments in communities right across the country to reduce and to mitigate the impact that wildfires and flooding can have in all of our communities. There is certainly consideration going on in investments through our infrastructure spending to invest in communities when those requests would come in. When they come in, they will be assessed appropriately and responded to as necessary.
Ms. Shin.
So in response to that, Mr. Chair, I would just like to ask for commitment soon on when that time would be, because there is urgency in this. My next question, many business owners in my constituency are struggling through the pandemic and feel left behind because they hire contract workers and don't meet CEBA's $20,000 payroll requirement. Other business owners don't qualify for CEBA because they've been paying themselves through dividends, and dividends don't count towards payroll. Will the Minister of Finance extend CEBA qualifications to include these business owners so they too can have a chance at saving their businesses?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the honourable colleague for questions. Our government has been working around the clock to develop those programs, and CEBA is one that is helping many businesses. I know that already more than 535,000 businesses have applied for CEBA, and we're continuing to look at how we can help those businesses who fall in the cracks, and we will continue to do so.
I would just like to add to that these asks have been coming for a long time and they're getting very desperate, so I hope the response will be very quick. Despite CECRA, many businesses are still challenged with paying rent because landlords are opting not to participate, and recent surveys show only 1 in 5 landlords are opting in. Will the Minister of Finance amend CECRA to incentivize more landlords to participate so Canadian businesses can survive? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, another great question that was asked by the member. You know, this is unprecedented challenge, and I know many businesses are having to make sacrifices they never imagined they needed to. Our government is encouraging landlords to do their part and help tenants like you, your examples, to get through this. And many landlords have already stepped up to the plate, and we will continue to encourage with the program we've set up.
Nous allons maintenant continuer avec Monsieur Martel.
We'll now continue with Mr. Martel. Mr. Chairman, we know that the cost of aluminum has been affected, and we expect the government to defend aluminum workers. Measures are required to secure the industry. Can we expect to see government announcements more specifically for aluminum workers? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, our government is resolved to help the aluminum sector and its workers. In addition to the new NAFTA, we will be strengthening our anti-dumping rules, creating new measures at the border to determine if aluminum is being dumped into Canada. We will be creating a new monitoring system for imports. Mr. Martel. Mr. Chairman, companies that are sole owners or collective owners, like farms, childcare, daycares, or salons, are paying wages in dividends, are not or do not qualify for CEBA. Because will dividends be recognized? Will you change rules in order to enable those companies to qualify? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government acknowledges that these owners have important small businesses and offer good jobs to Canadians. We have put in place measures to help them make it through the crisis. We have put in place measures that will help them have access to measures, and we will continue to implement programs to support single-owned businesses. Mr. Martel. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the emergency benefit program for students, many employers have to juggle with the situation. There is a $1,200 amount that's available, but what will encourage these young people to look for a job? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his questions and allow me to say that we are proud of students in Canada. We're very proud of the work of businesses that are investing, that have ambitions for Canada, and we're convinced that they will work very hard when opportunities arise in the months to come. Mr. Martin, the government announced $250 million for farmers in Canada. The Canadian Federation of Agriculture is calling for a $2.6 billion emergency fund. Dairy producers have had to dump millions of liters of milk because processors don't have employees to process the product. Will the government support our dairy producers and processors instead of simply making announcements? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dairy producers are facing a drop in demand as a result of the closing of restaurants and hotels primarily. Thanks to the Dairy Commission, they have an ability to manage their supply, to store their product, and we will, with the support of our opposition colleagues, make a legislative change to authorize an increase in their production. Several areas in my riding depend on tourism, especially cruises, because a lot of people go down the fjord. And our agricultural products are of extremely high quality. What will the government do to help the tourism sector? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that the tourism sector has been hard hit by COVID-19. It was one of the first. We are in constant contact with the sector. Since the start of the crisis, we have contacted provincial and territorial ministers of tourism, as well as with stakeholders in the sector. The government has invested $675 million in the 6 regional development agencies, as well as $297 million in community futures organizations to help people in the tourism sector.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Speaker, confusion is spreading among hunters and farmers over the government's firearms ban. The government's regulations prohibit many modern 10 and 12-gauge shotguns with removable chokes because they exceed the maximum bore diameter of 20 millimeters, as outlined by the government. The minister issued a statement last night that the Liberals are not banning these commonly used shotguns. But isn't this an empty public relations gesture, since judges and police officers will enforce what is written in law, not what the minister writes on his Facebook page?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the effort that some are making to confuse this issue, but the reality is crystal clear. The government in prohibitions of military-style assault weapons has not banned 10-gauge shotguns, which have a bore capacity of 19.69 millimeters, under 20, or a 12-gauge, which is 18.53 millimeters, obviously under 20. The threading of those weapons for the affixation of a choke in no way changes the nature of that firearm. They will not be prohibited.
So why then are lawyers raising this? Why is the National Post writing this? And why is the local newspaper in my riding, the St. Croix Courier, telling bird hunters, be careful about going out this weekend with these commonly used firearms? Shotguns.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, thank you. The people who sell weapons that were designed to kill people are very concerned about the impact. And in order to garner greater public support for the defense of their weapons, they're frightening farmers and hunters, none of whom will be impacted by the measures we implemented. And I'll just repeat one more time, 10-gauge and 12-gauge shotguns are not prohibited under this order in council.
Mr. Williamson.
In the minister's experience, do law enforcement officials enforce the laws and rules and regulations as they are written, or do they enforce what a politician might say or write on his Facebook page?
The Honourable Minister.
Having spent 40 years as a police officer and 10 years as a chief, and having worked with literally tens of thousands of police officers over those decades, I can tell you that the police officers know their job. They're trained in the law, and they know what is and is not covered under the law. We have been very, very clear. This does not cover 10-gauge and 12-gauge shotguns. The police will understand that. They know how to do their job. I trust them.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister told the House last week that she holds former Liberal MP Irwin Cotler in high regard after he blamed Communist China for the scale and spread of COVID-19. Mr. Cotler also likened Beijing's cover-up to the Chernobyl disaster in the former Soviet Union. As well, the Deputy Prime Minister agreed that democracies are more transparent and accountable than totalitarian governments. Why then has Ottawa not joined Australia and other democracies in calling for an investigation of Beijing's reporting of COVID-19?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I very much hold Irwin Cotler in high regard, as I think every member of this House does. And I don't think I agreed that democracies are more transparent than authoritarian regimes. I think I said they were, and maybe others agreed with me, which is good because we're a democracy. When it comes to looking into how we got here with coronavirus, we absolutely agree that it is going to be very important to have a review. Our Minister for International Development spoke about that with Dr. Tedros of the WHO.
We'll go back to Mr. Williamson.
China's Communist Party is critical of a decision by MPs to formally summon a Canadian World Health Organization advisor to testify before Parliament's Health Committee. As well, Beijing is pressuring other nations to dismiss these investigations. Will the federal government, will the health minister urge WHO officials to cooperate with our parliaments to understand the international agencies' handling of COVID-19?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Let me just say to that, Mr. Speaker, that no country in the world has any business telling Canadian parliamentarians and Canadian parliamentary committees what they can and cannot do. We are a sovereign country and a sovereign democracy, and I think all of us are rightly proud of that.
We'll go on to Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see my colleagues here today, and I hope everybody is keeping well, both here in the chamber and across the country. My questions today are going to focus on CRA and the upcoming tax deadline on June the 1st. Being about 3.5 weeks away now, can the government advise what percentage of Canadians have completed their tax returns to date? And furthermore, if that number is above or below where we would normally be at this point?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. As we know, our government understands that Canadians are going through a difficult time, and that's where we're here to support them. And it's why the agency has announced a series of relief measures for individuals and businesses for the 2019 tax season. So these relief measures include, but not limited to, extending the deadline for filing income tax returns to June 1st, 2020.
We'll go back to Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My reason for asking that is I'm growing increasingly concerned that too many, particularly lower-income Canadians who rely on volunteer clinics, are going to miss the deadline. I have concern about the volume of filings still left outstanding and the lack of time for tax preparers and volunteers to complete those returns. From a local Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry perspective, I'm very fortunate to have a great group of volunteers in my constituency office through the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program, and that group last year completed nearly 6,000 returns. Now, we rightfully suspended back in mid-March whenever the COVID crisis hit and we did our social distancing, and the volunteers by that point had completed about 1,500. Normally, they would have a month and a half to complete the other 4,500. However, there are millions of Canadians being advised to stay at home, and frankly, with the deadline approaching in the 3.5 weeks, I'm just concerned that we're in a similar situation in many parts of the country. Is there any consideration to a further extension of the tax deadline to make sure people can get their taxes done?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. And honestly, we are currently still bringing the current measures into action. And of course, we know that this is unprecedented times, and we will have to monitor and see if we need to take this concern into consideration, and also make sure that we know Canadians are at home right now and they want to do their taxes, but they will need some support, especially the most vulnerable, who we know go to those tax clinics to help them do their taxes. So we will take that in consideration, and we will be back to share those next steps.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Duncan.
The other serious time crunch that we have is not just the tax deadline itself, but is the renewal of benefits that come from Canadians filing their taxes. Every July, rates and payments for GST, HST, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, and the Child Tax Benefit, among others, get recalculated. If someone is reliant on these benefits, we don't want to see them cut off. Benefit rates for many low-income Canadians renew in July. Millions of Canadians live paycheck to paycheck in normal circumstances, let alone during this pandemic. Can the government assure Canadians that they won't be cut off their benefits in July if they can't get their taxes done safely and in time because of the overwhelming demand and the time remaining? And furthermore, is the government considering extending current benefit rates until August or September as a potential solution to ensure there's no interruption of these much-needed benefits to Canadians now more than ever?
Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
I'm delighted to be given this opportunity to talk about the importance of delivering these benefits and what we've done in the last few weeks in terms of enhancing them. First, about not the Canada tax benefit, the Canadian child benefit, which we have put into place just a few years ago. That's benefiting 3.5 million families. The great news is that they're going to receive an additional, on average, $550 in just a few weeks from now. We're also very mindful of the importance of the increased GIS that we put into place just a few months ago for seniors. We're also very mindful of the increase in the GST tax credit, which most low-income and modest-income seniors received just a few weeks ago, and we'll keep working very hard to make sure that not only do they have access to those benefits, but they actually receive them.
We'll go on to Mr. Allison now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Still too many small and medium-sized businesses are not getting any support from this government. They've been forced to shut the doors. They have no income, they have no sales, and now they have no hope. But they still have expenses. The wage subsidy doesn't work because they have no staff, rent relief doesn't go far enough, and their fixed costs are high. What is this government going to do for these businesses that have given up everything, sacrificed everything, and currently are at the risk of losing everything?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since day one, we have been providing immediate help to businesses in need through programs as the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Canadian Emergency Business Account. However, it has become clear that certain sectors of the economy and their workers may not qualify for existing measures, and that's why we've been taking additional action to provide immediate relief to innovators and young entrepreneurs, business in rural communities, and I will pursue after he asks me the next question.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has been hard on the small business community that employs many Canadians. Small businesses owners continue to struggle, and many don't qualify for any government help. Sole proprietors in my riding, like landscapers and greenhouses, were deemed non-essential and forced to close their doors as part of their fight against this virus. To be eligible, the government is asking these businesses to have a business account. Many owners have operated with a personal bank account for years. Mr. Speaker, will the government expand their criteria to allow these small business owners to qualify for CEBA loan and stay open?
The Honourable Minister.
Our government recognizes that sole proprietor owns good small businesses and offer good jobs to Canadians, and we have put in place measures to support them through this crisis that will help provide cash flow during this challenging time, including the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the Loan Guarantee and the Co-lending Program, and the Canadian Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance. We will continue to work with those businesses that are falling through the cracks.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Speaker, in recent years, the government has announced over $600 million of aid to Canadian media, including tax credits to help the sector during this pandemic. The government has been a joke when it comes to transparency, however, where all the money is gone. I can tell you the local publications in Niagara West haven't received a dime. In rural ridings like mine, these local papers are essential to keep folks informed about our community. Will the minister commit today to make help available to small community publications like those in my riding of Niagara West?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have already started deploying money to regional and local newspapers and media across the country. Earlier on, I specified that the $30 million aid package that has gone to media has gone to more than 900 newspapers across the country. 900 newspapers, 500 radio stations and TV stations across the country, Mr. Speaker, in 12 different languages, including French, English, Inuktitut as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Speaker, currently the federal government is seeking a negotiated settlement of the WTO wine challenge by Australia. There is a concern that Canadian wine industry will lose the federal excise exemption, which will risk the future of hundreds of wineries and grape growers across Canada. This is compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has a negative impact on winery tourism, closing retail channels, and created significant revenue losses for vintners in my riding across Canada. In light of these two threats, will the government implement an industry-proposed wine grower value-add program to replace the excise exemption?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for that very important question. I think everyone who is aware of the wine industry and trade issues that it faces is aware of the seriousness of the Australia Wine Challenge, and it is absolutely the case that both the industry and the government are going to have to adapt in this new environment, and I think we need to work together to do that.
Mr. Allison, a very brief question.
Absolutely. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has forced 3/4 of the wineries in the Niagara region to lay off staff, half of which have been temporarily closed because of their operations. This is about to get worse with the loss of the excise exemption, creating a bigger crisis for the entire Canadian wine industry. The proposed wine growers value-add program is trade legal and would provide immediate support at little additional cost. Will the government agree to implement this program?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we are in unprecedented times, we know that we have put forth an economic emergency plan to support workers, Canadians, and businesses. And we are continuing to look at how we can continue to support these businesses that are in very hard times. I look forward working with the honourable colleague to find those solutions and bring them forward.
We'll now take a very short break, probably about 45 seconds, to allow our console operator to switch over safely in these times of COVID-19.
Order, please. Order. Ms. LaRouche. Thank you, Madam Chair. The aging of the population in Quebec and Canada means that a larger portion of our citizens are vulnerable, both economically and socially. This issue notably affects women because many more of them, 55 of them in 2015, are aged 65 years and older, and they form the majority of caregivers. It is relevant to reflect critically on the announcements made during this crisis. No announcements were made on the specific impact on the quality and standard of living of seniors, even though the Prime Minister keeps saying he wants to make announcements to help seniors. Would the $110 increase in OAS and an enhancement in the GIS not now more than ever be necessary during this crisis?
I want to assure Canadian seniors that the government has been working on how best to serve their needs during this pandemic. COVID-19 is having a disproportionate impact on seniors. However, their pensions and their benefits are still flowing. So unlike those who have lost their jobs and had to close their businesses, they still have income. However, it is tough. So we've introduced measures like the GST credit for low and modest income seniors, reducing the RIF withdrawals by 25%. We've also made them accessible for the CERB benefit should they reduce or have not got their income because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We continue to look at ways to support seniors during this difficult time. Thank you.
Madame LaRouche. Ms. LaRouche. GST rebates, and these aren't really specific for seniors. I'd like to give you a few figures to try and show how seniors are seeing weaker purchasing power. In 1997, people over 65 years of age represented 13.4% of total declared income in Quebec. In 2015, seniors represented 19.9% of total income in Quebec, for a 6.5 percentage point increase. In comparison, people aged 65 years and older complete 15.9% of tax returns in Quebec versus 22.8% in 2015. This is an increase of nearly 7 percentage points. Overall income of the elderly did not increase at the same pace as the percentage of taxpayers they represent. Their purchasing power is now lower in relation to that of other taxpayers. Their expenses continue to rise, and now it's even worse with this crisis. There's higher rent, adjustments they have to pay for their housing and services to stay at home, higher grocery prices, higher drug prices. At this pace, is the minister aware that an extra $10 a month will be barely enough to cover these higher expenses?
Thank you very much. We definitely recognize that the benefits that seniors receive, their OAS, their GIS, are an important part of the retirement income of Canadians, particularly lower income seniors. We have, as I've mentioned, already introduced many measures, and we are definitely aware that COVID-19 is having a disproportionate impact on seniors. They have greater need for services and supports, and this is why we have also introduced $9 million more for New Horizons money to go to United Way to help support those seniors most in need, especially vulnerable seniors. We're also pivoting our New Horizons for Seniors program, which has dispersed about $50 million in January. We've pivoted that program to allow the organizations that are directly supporting seniors to be able to help those in need in the community. Thank you very much.
Madame LaRouche.
Ms. LaRouche. The New Horizons program, well, they need specific measures for seniors. According to the Institute for Research and Socioeconomic Information, barely 27% of Quebecers will have a decent retirement if the government doesn't take action to improve the public pension system. I've heard a lot of concerns about protecting pensions, and protection of workers' pensions concerns many seniors' organizations as their purchasing power is going down and their savings are melting away. We should help them a bit getting through this crisis with simple measures. We could increase their old age pension by $10 a month and enhance the GIS. This would just represent a fraction of the CERB and the student CERB.
That's possibly can. Well, thank you very much. The 5 seconds are that we are definitely continuing to look at how best we can serve seniors during this pandemic, and we will continue that work. Thank you.
Mr. Simard. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're in a particularly interesting situation, and to get out of this crisis, we'll have to take 2 steps. First, we'll have to never face such a pandemic again in this manner, and there will also be some opportunities. And in these 2 respects, what seems essential, in my opinion, is research. This hasn't been discussed right now, and we know that the key research institutes are going through a tough time right now because much of their funding is in peril. Did the government study the possibility of giving research institute access to the wage subsidy so that we don't lose the expertise that we get from them?
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for highlighting just how important our research community is to Canada. In fact, we've been working with the research community to make sure that they have what they need to continue their excellent work during this time of pandemic, during this time of COVID-19. In fact, we've established funds, enormous amounts of money, and $300 million in the first tranche, for example, to accelerate research in the area of the outbreak, whether it's on vaccine trials, whether it's on new treatments, and even some of the social outcomes related to the outbreak. And so we'll continue to work with the research community to make sure we understand what their needs are and support and retain the brightest minds in our country. Thank you.
Mr. Simard, I understand well that the government is investing $300 million. I'll talk about that later, but this was announced rather haphazardly. But the chief scientist in Quebec, Mr. Killian, who promotes initiatives that are quite interesting. There's a biobank in Quebec, a research group that is fully dedicated to sequencing the COVID virus. And it is internationally renowned in this respect. And I think they've already made a request for some financial support from the government. And as Quebec is one of the centers of infection, I think it could be a priority. We need to seek samples to fight better this virus. Did you take note of the request of the chief scientist of Quebec for participation in the biobank? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I will say that sounds extremely interesting and valuable. I look forward to meeting with the member opposite, or virtually, of course, to talk about this particular researcher. The chief scientist of Quebec sounds like there are some very good potential opportunities to partner. If that isn't happening already, I will certainly check with the research community to ensure that this particular individual is looped into the work that's happening nationally. Thank you.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Simard. Along the same lines, earlier this week, the government announced $175 million for AB Celera. On what basis did the money go to that company? Are there currently teams of experts in place to examine the various proposals that come forth? Are there panels made up of specialists that examine what research is being undertaken? On what basis was that decision made to give $75 million to AB Celera?
Madam Speaker, and I will say that it's an amazing researcher community that we have in Canada. In fact, in the early stages of the outbreak, many of the applications were peer-reviewed by other researchers. The Canadian Institute for Health Research, which is led by Dr. Michael Strong, managed to mobilize, in fact, the research community so that we could get the money out the door as quickly as possible to facilitate that research to happen as quickly as possible. In terms of AB Celera, yes, all applicants go through a rigorous screening process to make sure that their approach is in line with the best scientific methods that we know need to be in place.
Mr. Simard, 15 seconds.
Mr. Simard, 15 seconds. Well, to go back to the research institutes, we know that they are focusing on new projects. So someone, for example, who comes forth with a project on an infectious disease, a research project, it won't be considered because tenders aren't being used. Do you have some kind of a calendar to resume a consideration of research projects put to those organizations?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I can get back to the member opposite in terms of the Canadian Institute for Health Research's approach to resuming other research, but I will say that we are very, all of the agencies, such as the CIHR, are focused right now on the most intense and pressing problem that faces Canadians, which is how to live with COVID-19.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Matna, thank you, Madam Speaker. On April 14th, the government of Nunavut was told from the federal government that they were approved for $30.8 million of the $42 million they had requested. They have yet to see this funding. When can the territory expect to see this $30.8 million that has been promised?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to confirm that we are currently in discussions with the government at Nunavut to flow those funds. Again, they know that they do have the financial backing of the Government of Canada, and those funds are there, and they will be used to combat COVID-19 in addition to the other funds that I would be glad to speak about with regards to Nunavut.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
This pandemic, COVID-19, has no timeline. There's no restrictions. This disease does not care who you are, where you come from, or what your background is. It can affect all of us. Now, with the vulnerability in the communities that I see in my riding, this has the potential to be much more fatal than many other places throughout Canada. So why have we not seen this funding come through yet?
The honourable minister.
Again, Madam Speaker, there are a number of funding envelopes that have flowed to the north, including $45 million through ITK and the land claims organizations directly to protect the Inuit people and prepare for something, as the member says, that no one can really predict the outcome of. And the vulnerabilities that are pre-existing are unacceptable, and they are ones that we obviously factor into when we deploy resources in partnership with the territorial organizations and their health boards in order to prevent the onset of COVID, and when it does, to stamp it out.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, continuously NDP is saying that we are seeing these glaring gaps and these major inequalities. We keep saying that day after day and week after week, yet the response to that has been extremely slow, and we need to be helping Canadians remove barriers as opposed to creating them. Madam Speaker, artists and artisans throughout Canada and throughout my riding, I'm talking about jewelers and carvers and performers and musicians. There are thousands of Indigenous peoples that don't have maybe the necessary documentation, don't maybe have the proof in order to apply for these programs, which is why NDP, we are saying put $2,000 into everybody's pocket. Why are we treating those, especially in very vulnerable communities, in very vulnerable regions, with less? So, Madam Speaker, my question is why the government is so keen on creating barriers for individuals when we need to be breaking them down.
The Honourable Président du Conseil du Trésor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our colleague for mentioning inequalities in her question, because one of the impacts of a crisis like this one is not only to be even worse because of the previous inequalities, but also generating new inequalities. And that's why we introduced those very important measures very quickly, very efficiently, and in a manner that was equitable, targeted to those individuals, unfortunately, many of them, millions of Canadians, that have lost and are still don't have any income to make ends meet. So that's why we have moved quickly. 7.5 million Canadians have now been in receipt of the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. We know there is more to do, and that's why we'll continue to work.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's really frustrating to have to stand here and say the same things over and over again and continuously hear over and over again, we know there are inequalities. Where is the action? We hear nice words. Where is the backup for decreasing those gaps and eliminating these barriers. We're talking a lot about business, and my riding in particular, we rely very, very heavily on airlines. It's our transportation, it brings in our medical supplies, it brings in essential workers, it's our lifeline. Canadian North alone is spending between $1.5 and $2 million a week. And this government has said they will contribute $5 million. That barely covers about 2 weeks when you're looking at those numbers. So it would be absolutely great to see what this Liberal government plans on doing to support Northern Airlines.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for her question. As she knows, and all Canadians should know, that transport and air transport to the north is an essential service. And to that end, the Government of Canada provided up to $7.3 million to the governments of Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut to support Northern Air continuance and the consistency of air flights and travels into the territories to serve what is an essential service that we take for granted here in the south. That included $3.6 million to Yukon, $8.7 million to Northwest Territories, and $5 million for Nunavut. And I'm pleased to say, Madam Speaker, I will have something else to say.
Mr. Shields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a privilege to be in this House again. It's where my constituents believe we should be. And this type of session that we have should be happening more often, because that's what my constituents are demanding of me. So it's a privilege and honor to be here. And at my age, I value every minute I can get here. The government has known for a long time in the ag sector that the business risk management programs need to be reformed, with less than 31% of them buying in. And in the insurance program, with the rates very high and the returns very low, it's broken. Will the minister acknowledge that there's a problem with the business management risk program?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. I'd like to reassure my colleague that with the provinces, I would point out that risk management programs are cost-shared programs. The federal government pays 60%, the provincial government 40%. So since last July, we've been working together to find a solution to improve our risk management programs.
Thank you. So would the minister commit to a timeline that it needs to be fixed?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, we're talking about an agreement with all of the provinces and territories to make changes to the risk management plan. In the meantime, we will make some improvements administratively to the Agri-Recovery Program.
Thank you. So, as you know, you've announced a new program. So it's for livestock feeders that really this is critical. There's hundreds of thousands of animals at risk. How will the producers apply, and when will they get the money?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Agri-Recovery Program is a program that is administered by the provinces. What we announced yesterday was $50 million for beef producers. Others for pork will be administered by the provinces. And what we did exceptionally is that we opened the program to all of the provinces and territories. The federal government's contribution, the 60%, was accepted. Now each province needs to confirm whether they will go ahead or not with their contribution. But the Canadian government will contribute in all cases.
With hundreds of thousands of animals at risk today, that's got to move because euthanization is in the process. So leverage that, move it. You're saying it's a partnership. Well, then you need to exert your level to make that partnership work. So since new PMPRB regulations proposed, life-saving drugs from companies have held off applying for Canadian approval. Health Canada registrations for new clinical trials have dropped dramatically. Would the minister acknowledge that drop in applications?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we know that during this unprecedented time of coronavirus, in fact, the entire world has turned its attention to drugs that will help treat this disease. We know that it's a challenging time for drug manufacturers as well as they search for a cure to COVID-19. Certainly, we're keeping our eye on the applications to Canada, and we are working to ensure that Canadians will always have access to the drugs that they need and deserve.
Mr. Shields.
Diseases like cystic fibrosis desperately need drugs that are available and approved now in other countries. Will this government stop those PMPRB changes before the July 1st implementation date?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I responded to his colleague, in fact, we are focused on ensuring that Canadians have affordable medication that meets their needs, that can be delivered at a cost where Canadians can afford it. And so we continue the work that we started in our previous mandate. In regards to the specific drug that I assume the member is referencing, that applicant has yet to apply to Canada to market its drug here.
Mr. Shields.
Thank you. Under a program the government announced, in a sense, with property and lease and rental, you have to have a mortgage. I've got a construction and an owner who has got 2 strip malls within blocks of each other. One, he's paid the mortgage, the others they haven't. One leases can qualify, one doesn't. Is that gap going to be corrected?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, as Canadians take action in the fight against COVID-19, we know that many small businesses are worried about being able to pay rent. And in recognition to this challenge, our government has reached an agreement with provinces and territories to implement the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance for Small Businesses, and we will be delivering this with the provinces and territories.
Mr. Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand a criminal was COVID-19 released from prison, convicted of 10 gun offenses. I wonder why violent criminals are being released. I know from experience in law enforcement, like the Minister, stats are a baseline for decisions. So based on the number of homicides, the number where guns were used, and lastly, the number of individuals responsible who were in possession of an acquisition license and a legal gun. Madam Speaker, I did some research, and I'm sure the Minister did as well, to determine the number of legal gun owners responsible for these crimes, a very small number. Can the Minister tell us what percentage of those with legal PEL versus the individuals with no PEL, illegal guns used when committing the offence?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I think it's very important that we recognize the weapons that were prohibited by our actions last week. These are weapons that were not designed for any other purpose than for soldiers to kill soldiers. They were designed to be used for killing. They were intended to be used in their design for killing, and they have been used for killing. They have been used in Canada at École Polytechnique. They have been used in Quebec at the Quebec Mosque. They've been used in Moncton to kill RCMP officers, and they've been used in Fredericton to kill other police officers. But very tragically, just in the past few weeks, they've been used yet again. And so we've acted. And you know, in the time of COVID, there are many things that have changed in this country, but some things have not. And it does not diminish our responsibility to take action necessary to keep people safe. And we know that gun violence has not decreased during this period of pandemic. We know that actually domestic violence has increased across this country. And we were reminded only a few weeks ago how tragically these types of weapons in the wrong hands can end in terrible death and tragedy.
Morrison.
Madam Speaker, the not providing an answer is what I expected. As the number is so low, would the Minister agree the buyback program funding would be, based on these low stats, better put into funding for the RCMP Integrated Border Enforcement Team and CBSA to enhance border enforcement to reduce the trafficking of illegal firearms to once and for all target gangs and organized crime, the individuals who are committing these crimes?
The Honourable Minister.
This was before the member joined this House, but I'd remind him, back in 2013, that a former Conservative government cut hundreds of millions of dollars and thousands of dollars or positions in staffing from both our border services and from the RCMP. They ended the funding that was available to municipal police services. And when we came into government, we introduced a program to allow $347 million for law enforcement across this country to deal with guns and gangs. And his new colleagues voted against that. They voted against the $89 million we put into stronger border measures. I look forward, given the member's comments, to his support for the measures that we will bring forward in the near future to strengthen gun control and to strengthen our border measures.
Mr. Morrison.
Madam Speaker, Canada has more than 1.1 million small businesses that employ 8.3 million people. This sector contributes to 40% of Canada's entire economic output, and yet every day I'm hearing too many stories of businesses falling through the government's process cracks. One of these stories is Finley's Bar and Grill, a restaurant in the mountain town of Nelson, BC, that employed over 50 people prior to COVID-19 pandemic. They have recently begun to rehire, based on a promise of a 75% wage subsidy. However, of the 12 employees that they were able to hire, only 5 qualified for a wage subsidy, while the remaining 7 did not qualify due to a technicality created by this government. Madam Speaker, when will the government move to secure a future for small businesses and the workers they employ by removing criteria such as a 14-day clause and a payroll test?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, since day one, we have been providing an economic response to support small businesses across the country. And I had a privilege to talk with many of the Chamber of Commerce to try to find solutions to help those businesses. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy supports businesses, and we know they're the hardest hit. The subsidy covers 75% of an employee's wages for employers of all sizes and all cross sectors who have been hard hit by the COVID-19.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday's announcement by the government of $252 million in financial assistance to Canada's agri-food sector was completely misleading. And I say that because of that figure, $125 million had already been budgeted, so the money was not new. Will the Minister confirm today that only half of yesterday's funding announcement was new money?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Madame Présidente.
Risk management programs. Well, this is new money. This is not money that's already been allotted. It covers various issues, natural disasters, etc. So it's not true to say that the money was already on the table. We needed to make a commitment with the provinces, and we said 50 million for pork producers and 50 million for beef producers.
New money because the money, $125 million, had already been budgeted. If you've already previously budgeted money, you cannot consider the rest of it to be new. So at best, yesterday's announcement was a repackaging or a re-announcement of previously announced funding. But does this government have plans to announce new money and new initiatives of a financial nature for Canada's agri-food sector?
Honourable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, of course, the agricultural sector is being heavily affected by the current crisis, and morning and night I work in cooperation with our farmers and with our representatives and my colleagues here because we want to find the best way to help these producers. We've made a particularly important announcement, notably for the meat sector, beef, pork, and processing. And also in terms of buying back surplus food, we're looking at that too. Thank you.
When will new financial assistance for Canada's agri-food sector be coming?
The Honourable Minister. We are continuing to work with the sector to identify the best possible tools to help our producers, along with risk management that is already available. In the best possible time frame.
From the Minister, her definition of imminent and soon. When will the money be coming?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. I don't have a specific answer to give my colleague. We're working day and night to find the best possible mechanism. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, Canada's agri-food sector and our farmers are in crisis. The Canadian Federation of Agriculture has estimated that $2.6 billion is required. But yesterday's announcement was only a pittance of that. What does this minister and her government think that Canada's food supply chain, is actually worth?
The
Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, obviously our food supply chain is essential. Food safety in our country is a priority, and that is why we've already have programs in place, and I encourage all producers to sign up for these programs. The deadline to register was delayed until July 3rd, and we give them a 75% advance payment. And for provinces who have accepted this, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, one thing that is apparent is that this pandemic has not impaired the government's ability to obfuscate. So let me ask another question, and hopefully we can get a clear answer. Yesterday's announcement indicated that $77.5 million would go to food processing plants for PPE equipment to help protect workers and to redesign and refit processing plants for health concerns and to make more stricter controls. When will that money become available?
Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, there's a few details we still have to work out. We have to discuss this with the parties involved and with the sector to ensure we establish the right criteria, but we're going to do this as quickly as possible. And our processing plants now know that they'll be able to count on federal support to be able to protect workers and to increase their capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in these unprecedented times, I'm glad that I'm redefining backbencher as I'm actually behind the Speaker. So thank you very much, and appreciate that. To the Minister, through you, Speaker. Times are really difficult for farmers, particularly in my riding of Northumberland, Peterborough South. Farmers are coming to me and saying that times are so tough that they're considering not even planting their crops. When we look upon that, one of the things that they come to me over and over again is about the carbon tax. The government recently decided to increase the carbon tax. There was a study done, reported in the media. Will the minister commit today to giving us the results of that study and give it to the Canadian people?
Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you to the honourable colleague for his question. And we know that small businesses and farmers are facing significant challenges due to a sudden reduction in sales or in their crops. So that's why we are providing immediate assistance by deferring any payments on GST, HST and custom duties over the next 3 months. And for over 3.2 million businesses and self-employed Canadians, this measure will help provide them with the cash to continue operating.
Mr. Lawrence.
I ask again, as reported in the media, there was a study done by Agriculture Canada with respect to the carbon tax. Will that carbon tax be shared with the Parliament and through us, the people of Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
I have a better sheet now to answer my honourable question. Our most urgent priority, of course, in COVID-19 is the health and safety of Canadians, and that's why we support Canadians through this time. We also have to ensure a long-term economic, environmental, and physical well-being. Putting a price on pollution is a critical part of Canada's plan to tackle climate change. It is the most affordable and effective way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Lawrence.
If the minister will not tell us or will not commit to giving the study, will they tell us how much the carbon tax cost farmers in 2019 and how much it will cost in 2020? We know you know.
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Madam Speaker, thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. Our system provides money directly to families when they file their taxes and leaves the vast majority of families with more money left in their pockets, and with low and medium income families benefiting the most. We are also providing support to small and medium-sized businesses, municipalities, hospitals, schools, Indigenous communities to ensure that they can save money while lowering their emissions. Through our plan, a family of 4 will receive more investments in their pockets.
Mr. Lawrence.
Once again, I ask, what will be the cost of the carbon tax in 2020 for our farmers?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable colleague for the question. Madam Speaker, the most urgent priority right now is the health and safety of Canadians. And as we support Canadians through this time, we also have to ensure a long-term economic, environmental, and physical well-being. Putting a price on pollution is a critical part of Canada's plan to tackle climate change.
Mr. Lawrence.
As the government will not answer my question, I will answer it myself. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business says that the average farmer the carbon tax will cost them $14,000. I have a private member's bill that will help relieve this burden. As part of Team Canada, will the government get behind and support my private member's bill to remove the carbon tax from propane and natural gas?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, again, I will continue by informing the honourable member that we need to continue to put a price on pollution. It's a critical part of Canada's plan to tackle climate change, and it is the most affordable and effective way to reduce greenhouse emissions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Lawrence, a very short question.
Thank you. A different topic real quick. Women have been disproportionately affected in the COVID pandemic. In the recent survey, almost twice as many women lost their jobs as men. What will this government do to commit to help women return to the workforce as they do bear a disproportionate burden of childcare?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Unfortunately, I don't have time to answer it, but you're exactly right. No, investments in childcare, investments in family support, investments fighting domestic violence, investments in housing, investments in training, investments in Canadian housing benefit, in Canada Child benefits. All of these are important to support women.
Mr. Saint-Marie, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. France, Denmark, Poland will not be helping companies that benefit from tax havens. Belgium, Italy, the UK, and even the European Union are looking into this issue. Here, nothing's changing. The Journal de Montréal even wrote that companies using tax havens will be able to receive federal assistance. After suggesting that he'd be tightening the reins, the Prime Minister went back on his decision. Madam Speaker, there's something ironic in the fact that banks and multinationals have avoided paying taxes for years are now calling for taxpayer solidarity. It reminds us that the tax system is profoundly unjust. Everyone pays their share except for big banks and multinationals that use tax havens. We have a $250 billion deficit to finance necessary emergency measures, and companies that profit from tax havens will receive their share of benefits and not just wage subsidies. We're looking at bailouts that might be upcoming and junk share buybacks and injecting money into banks. These banks continue to declare profits in shell companies in Bahamas. How come the government is not tackling the legal use of tax havens? And please don't talk about the CRA's efforts to chase tax cheats. I'm asking the government to make illegal what is immoral. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Since the very beginning of this crisis, we established an economic plan to be able to meet the needs of Canadian workers. We focused on programs that will help companies to pay workers and to keep their jobs. We were talking about the emergency wage subsidy. That was our solution. And we're going to continue to ensure that if a company does not pay their fair share of tax, they will face the full force of the law. And we will look at the heads of boards and shareholders as well. Mr. Saint-Marie, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll give you the example of the big banks in Toronto. They're receiving massive cash injections, and their shares have lost all value. At the same time, they have many subsidiaries and tax havens, and they declare profits in their shell companies in these tax havens. This is unacceptable. Things have to change. How come the government's not intervening? Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind the minister that we could have a simple change in regulations in the Tax Act in one particular clause that is problematic, that allows companies to not pay their fair share of tax here in Canada. The Honourable Minister, thank you very much. Once again, during this crisis, which is unprecedented, we have focused on making sure that workers can continue to keep their jobs. And that is why we set up the wage subsidy for companies. Obviously, we're going to continue to fully tackle companies that don't pay their fair share of tax. We are going to target the people who are responsible for this and not innocent employees. Employees can't choose where they work necessarily. My question for the minister is that should they go after banks that legally declare profits in tax havens? The Honourable Minister. Since 2015, we've made historical investment in the CRA to ensure that they have the necessary tools to sue and track down tax frauders. We've had more than 50 investigations on tax evasion, and the fight against tax evasion is a priority for our government, and we've always been very clear. Anyone who breaks the law to not pay their fair share of taxes will face the consequences. Very quickly, Mr. Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In this respect, the CRA is doing more, but it's not enough. The Minister of Revenue constantly says this figure. They talk about the number of employees that were hired to replace those who are retiring, and this has nothing to do with what we've seen in the U.S. or Europe. Is the government going to make the legal use of tax havens illegal? Once again, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Right now, we're in a crisis that is unprecedented, and we're focusing our efforts on protecting workers and their jobs. We're going to continue to do this with the wage subsidy to ensure that these workers can be paid. Thank you.
Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to share my time with the member for Kinetic-Carleton, and my question is for the Minister of Health. First, I'd like to thank the Minister and all other members of the government that are working hard day and night to respond to this pandemic, both in terms under the excellent leadership of our Prime Minister. Several of my constituents that work in the private sector, notably those who work in the retail sector or in manufacturing, they're wondering what they're going to do to receive PPE that they need to work safely when they'll restart the economy. And these companies and workers, well, for them it's a serious challenge. There's no centralized distribution network for PPE like we have for the health system. The government has just announced the creation of a board that will look at the whole supply issue. Can the minister explain the role of this board? And can she also talk to us about what we plan to do to support Canadian companies in terms of personal protective equipment as we restart the economy? The minister. To restart our economy, we have to ensure that Canadians are safe.
Needs of frontline workers and health professionals. We're also actively exploring how we can help organizations and businesses that provide essential services across Canada with the personal protective equipment that their workers need. And the COVID-19 Supply Council is bringing together a group of leaders from private and not-for-profit sectors who will provide further advice on establishing diversified and adaptable supply chains for key items like masks and gloves, disinfectants, etc. as the situation continues to evolve. Ces conseils s'appuient sur notre...
And this council will rely on our collaborative support to meet future and current needs with respect to supply of PPE.
Extensive experience in networks, they will provide us with valuable input on how we can best streamline and strengthen our approach to ensure that Canadians have access to what they need to stay safe at work. And we need to work together, obviously, with provinces and territories, workers and businesses, and this will ensure that we can have strong and stable supply chains into the future. Thank you.
Ms. McCrimmon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to begin by offering my sincerest condolences to the people of Nova Scotia, to the colleagues and friends and loved ones of the people who have lost their lives, both in the RCMP and the Canadian Armed Forces, and those who are struggling with such sorrow. I just wanted them to know that we are mourning with them. So these are challenging times, and so I have a question for the President of the Treasury Board. Now, in these kind of times when there is very little precedent, designing an emergency economic system would require some innovation, would require some different approaches maybe that had been used in the past. But what you do need, you need some strategic guidance. You need to have an idea of what considerations are important, or what are those things that you keep when you're in your mind when you're trying to design something that hasn't been done before. I would like to ask the honourable member for his ideas of how we help make this happen.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you for the important and very timely question. As most members will know, since day one, our priority has been to protect the health of Canadians and minimize the very severe socioeconomic impacts of this unprecedented crisis for workers and businesses. The objective has been and will continue to be to preserve our social contract, the esprit de corps of our society. Indeed, behind the economic statistics, there are real people, men, women, and families who are struggling, but who have the right to dignity and security. The current crisis is unfortunately aggravating inequalities. We have a duty to reduce them as much as possible. It is because together we will go through this crisis, and together we will emerge out of it more strongly and more united. Thank you.
We are going to suspend for about 20-25 seconds just to give our AV technicians a chance to move around. So the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Madam Chair, and indeed it is good to leave my own house and be back in this one. Pelee Island fits the traditional definition of a remote community as it lies, and it's also Canada's most southerly inhabited community in Canada. It lies 14 kilometres into the middle of Lake Erie. It's surrounded by water and continues to lose its shoreline. It's inaccessible by water almost 4 months of the year, and its connection to the mainland is critical and a matter of life and death. The Prime Minister has promised for 5 years to address the following situation. Since declaring high-speed broadband internet a basic telecom service in 2016, does the Prime Minister even know what percentage of Canada's rural and isolated communities now still only have basic service, even after 5 years of this government? To paraphrase him, because it's 2020, and Canadians are still waiting.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I share the member's frustration with not having access to reliable internet in some parts of our country. In fact, we know that the majority of Canadians have access, but some of these more remote communities actually struggle, including in some parts of my own riding. We believe, our government believes, that everybody deserves reliable, fast, affordable internet no matter where they live or work. We will continue to work with all partners to make sure that their services are responsive to the needs of rural Canadians, and that we continue to grow our network connectivity in this country. Thank you.
Mr. Rep.
The answer is 60%. 60% of Canadians in rural and remote communities don't have high-speed internet. For 5 years, the agricultural industry has been calling on this government and has been promised a review of business risk management programming without any action. Analytics Labs at Dalhousie University states that without significant help fast, up to 15% of Canadian farms could be gone by the end of the year. The impact on Canada's food security is alarming. Is conditional support from the federal government conditional? Is additional support conditional on provincial support? Yes or no?
The Ministre de l'Agriculture.
The Minister of Agriculture. The risk management programs are cost-shared programs where the Canadian government pays 60%, 40% comes from the provinces. Since our second last meeting with the ministers, we have been working on that, and it's a priority of ours to review it. It's not. We'll be focusing on having everyone buy in, and the agreement that we reached the last time is that the federal government can contribute more, as we saw yesterday with the Agri-Recovery Program.
Ontario has funded the risk management program for grain and oilseeds even without federal support. Will the minister commit to fulfilling the federal share of its 60% funding obligation for this program? Yes or no?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to the risk management program, there is the Canadian Partnership. And under that program, the $2 billion program, the provinces are free to put forth priority projects in their provinces. And at that point, they invite us to contribute to these 60%, which is agreed to because these priorities come from the provinces.
That was not an answer. The Canadian Federation of Agriculture has called for an immediate investment of $2.6 billion in emergency funding to help maintain Canada's food security. Yet yesterday, this government announced 10% of that amount. Canadian farmers can compete with any in the world on a level plowing field, excuse the pun. The U.S., our largest competitor, our largest trading partner in agriculture, has committed 2% of its ag economy as a response to COVID-19. In response, Canada has committed, here's 2%, has committed 1/3 of 1%. Why, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, does the Prime Minister only value our food security and our ag industry at 1/6 the rate of our largest ag competitor?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, there are a host of programs that are available for producers. The risk management program, there's $1.6 billion per year on average in a regular year. We are open. There are some programs that have been accepted by producers, and I would encourage them to opt in. Yesterday, we announced additional programs, $50 million for pork, more for beef, $67 million for producers, and money to buy back food surpluses. And I hope with the collaboration of our colleagues opposite, we'll put in place changes for the Canadian Dairy Commission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As excited as I am to be here to see all of you, I'm actually more excited to one day get a haircut again. I can't pull off what the government House Leader does. I wish I could be like it. Anyhow, I wanted to talk about small and rural communities like those in Parry Sound, Muskoka that are full of these truly small seasonal businesses that just simply fall between the gaps. They don't qualify for the wage subsidy, the rental subsidy, the Canada Business Credit Availability Program. COVID-19 is threatening the survival of so many of our businesses in the tourism, hospitality, and retail sectors. And summer camps, interestingly enough, are particularly vulnerable. This is a billion-dollar industry in Ontario alone. And so I'm going to ask, will the Minister of Finance agree to meet with me and the Canadian Camping Association to discuss the surgeon situation and their particularly unique needs?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his question. As you know, we are providing immediate help to businesses in need through programs such as the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Business Account, and other measures. And we know, however, that it has become very clear that certain sectors of our economy, their workers may not qualify for those measures. That's why we are taking additional action to provide immediate relief to businesses in rural communities, businesses not eligible for emergency support, and I believe that we will have to work together to find those solutions. I look forward to speaking with the honourable member about summer camps.
Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you. Interestingly enough, in my riding alone, there are over 50 summer camps. They welcome over 70,000 campers in a season, and they employ over about almost 6,000 people. That's just camps in my riding. So COVID's impact on seasonal employment continues to be devastating. Hundreds of thousands of summer jobs across this country have been impacted. And the government, quite rightly, I give credit where credit is due, has responded with aid to students by extending the federal summer jobs program. But for some strange reason, even though there is more demand than funding currently permits, the government has chosen not to put more money into this great program. And Mr. Speaker, I wonder, why is the government paying students to not work through the CESB instead of putting more money into a program like Canada Summer Jobs that supports students and employers?
The Honourable The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to answer the question because it's an issue. I'll be answering in French because this is an issue that affects all. There are summer camps that are working well. Unfortunately, for students and for summer camp or camps for the next few weeks, it will be quite difficult. So the assistance that we are offering through Canada Summer Jobs and the assistance for students to help them make ends meet through the emergency funding, which the details of which will come out soon, are mechanisms that will, with others, help students to make ends meet and prepare for their upcoming school year, but also help them to participate in the community, as we know most of them want to do.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. There are lots of summer camps that have applied to the Canada Summer Jobs Program in my riding, as an example, and they have all said they would still use the positions. They're trying to be innovative and look for ways to do summer camp online with, these kinds of programs. Canada Summer Jobs is a $263 million a year program. The Canada Emergency Student Benefit is $9 billion. The government could very easily transfer $1 billion, let's say, from the CESB to the Canada Summer Jobs, and you would actually help employers as well as students. Will the government consider transferring some money from the CESB to the Canada Summer Jobs program? Yes or no?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is a very good question, and I know that my colleague, Minister Qualtrough, I think I have the right to I'm able to name her, and not only to name her, but also to mention her, because she's working very hard. She has enhanced in all sorts of ways the ability of the Canada Summer Jobs Program to provide support better adapted to the current crisis. So part-time students are able to apply. We can extend the help throughout more months. We can also allow for flexibility in the type of jobs that can be funded. So these are all sorts of ways that my colleague, Minister Qualtrough, is working on, in addition to the important support through the Canada Emergency Student Benefit.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Cystic Fibrosis Canada has been lobbying the Health Canada to remove barriers for the groundbreaking drug Trikafta, which can treat up to 90% of the 4,300 Canadians suffering with CF. This drug was approved in the United States last fall. When will the government move forward and remove barriers to this company bringing forward an application for Trikafta?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm well aware of the call for Trikafta by the patient groups. We continue to work with patient groups to make sure that they understand how to apply for the Special Access Program, and in fact, the applicant has not applied to market this drug in Canada.
Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's certainly good to hear. Canadians with CF and their families are concerned that the Liberals' recent changes to the PMPRB will delay the approval of groundbreaking drugs like Trikafta in Canada. This drug does save lives, and it enables Canadians to live to their full potential. So why is the government introducing new rules that could kill the hopes of thousands living with CF? And will the Health Minister commit to changing course?
The Honourable Health Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I replied to a couple of the members' colleagues, in fact, we will always stand up for the right of Canadians to have access to affordable drugs. The work that we started in our mandate beginning in 2015 on affordability of medication for Canadians continues, and I look forward to hearing the members' ideas opposite about how we can strengthen and accelerate it.
Mr. Lloyd.
Madam Speaker, the trouble in Canada's energy sector is not over. Companies have lost billions of dollars and tens of thousands of workers are being laid off. Meanwhile, it's been 42 days since the finance minister promised action within hours or days, and yet companies can still not access the BDC promised financing. When is the government going to stop dragging their feet and help our troubled energy sector?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the energy sector is an essential part of the Canadian economy, contributing hundreds of thousands of well-paid jobs and billions of dollars in tax revenue. That is why our government strongly supports the sector, and it's one reason why we were very proud to announce more than $1.7 billion in support to clean up orphan wells. That support is going to put thousands of workers in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, back to work, and that is a good thing.
Madam Speaker,
Mr. Lloyd.
That's a drop in the bucket compared to what's needed. But we do have some great news. Alberta's oil can now be used in East Coast refineries. But there's a catch. They need to transport the oil 15,000 kilometers through the Panama Canal to get there. There has to be a better way. Perhaps, dare I say, a pipeline that only goes 4,000 kilometers? When will the government wake up to common sense and support an east-west pipeline in Canada?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I do agree with the member opposite that it is a very good thing that East Coast refineries are working on refining Canadian oil. That is good news for our whole country. When it comes to pipelines, I'd like to remind the member opposite that our government does believe in them. That's why we bought one.
Lloyd.
Madam Speaker, I think TransCanada, the proponent of the Energy East pipeline, might like to disagree with that. But my next question will be, social workers in my constituency are sounding the alarm, with many of my rural constituents lacking access to high-speed internet. Many of the resources that assist with mental health challenges during this difficult time are out of reach for rural Canadians. What actions will the government take to ensure that rural Canadians can access the mental health supports that they critically need during this time?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And since it is Mental Health Week, I think it's very appropriate to be talking about mental health. And we know that COVID-19, living with COVID-19, is exacerbating people's struggles with mental health, struggles with substance use, but also is creating new anxieties and worries for Canadians. And that's why we launched the Wellness Together portal. As the member mentions, there are many resources that are digitally available through that portal, but there are also resources to reach out to counsellors through the telephone. I'll make sure that the member has the resources that he can share with his constituents. Thank you.
Very short answer, Mr.
Madam Speaker, I have checked those resources, and I'm disappointed to see that Crisis Canada, the website that this government uses for suicide prevention, a number of the features are actually down, and that's not acceptable. I've heard from social workers that liquor store sales have quadrupled. Pharmacies are prescribing more antidepressants than ever. Does the government have a strategy to address this growing mental wellness problem that we're facing, and if not, why not?
Minister of Health, 10 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm really glad to be talking about the mental health of Canadians and the struggles that Canadians have faced, both previously to COVID-19 and actually exacerbated by the condition of living with a pandemic. We have invested millions and millions of dollars, Madam Speaker, in mental health resources, including renegotiating health transfers with provinces and territories to ensure that Canadians have access to mental health resources no matter where they live, and there is far more to do, as we can see through the nature of this pandemic.
Mrs. Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Service Canada is on the front line of delivering benefits to Canadians who need them desperately during these times. However, many Canadians are struggling to connect with Service Canada to get information or provide information. And we've also heard that some individuals were told that if they had received assistance from an MP's office, that they were no longer eligible for help from Service Canada. Can a minister please assure us that this is not the case?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question, which gives me the wonderful opportunity to first thank the public servants that go through very difficult times as well, personally and professionally. They are working very hard to deliver the emergency benefits and programs that we have designed in very little time, so much of the credit for that help to Canadians goes to them. Second, on Service Canada, we are mindful also of the difficulties that Canadians are facing. Some of Canadians are used to go in person to the Service Canada sites. That's not possible in many cases, but not in all cases. They can use the phone to have a personal appointment designed to their own circumstances if they face difficulties in using either the phone or the internet.
Ms. Chin.
Answer my question, though, if MP offices are told if they seek help from MP offices, if they're eligible or not. So could you answer that question, please?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Yes, I'm sorry for having forgotten this other piece of the broad set of questions. That's very useful to remind everyone that members of Parliament have an important job to do, and Service Canada is always going to be there to support their job.
Mrs. Chin.
With respect to Service Canada employees, recognizing there is so much to do all Service Canada employees have access to the necessary equipment and network access to work remotely?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So another important and grateful for that occasion to tell all Canadians that we have a big debt of gratitude to public servants who work in very difficult circumstances. They're facing challenges in doing their usual work when they do that work at distance. So they are mindful of the restriction that may exist from time to time in their ability to use particular channels of transferring information. But in all cases, they are supported by their departmental officials so that Canadians can receive the benefits that they deserve.
Mrs. Chin?
What percentage of Service Canada employees are working on a full-time basis?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, I can assure the member that all public servants, and that includes Service Canada workers, are giving, as they should, all that they can to serving Canadians in this very difficult period of time. We are immensely grateful to them because we're asking them to do things in a manner which is both different from what they would do things, but also in the same spirit of serving Canadians at all the possible times.
Mrs. Chin.
Has the government considered setting up local Service Canada numbers so that Canadians can call a local number instead of being directed to the central 1-800 number?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That would perhaps give me the opportunity to invite the member, if she has any particular circumstances in mind, particular ways of helping her as an MP do her job, to connect to my colleague, Minister Hussein, who is responsible for Service Canada, so that we can improve even more the quality of services that Canadians receive for Service Canada.
Chin.
I appreciate the offer there, and I look forward to an opportunity to have that conversation if the member would make that possible. Have you considered implementing a callback system so that Canadians aren't on hold for hours and will ensure that those that are not called back that day can be called back the next day so that they don't have to start all over?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the services that Canadians expect and need vary in all sorts of different ways. It depends on both the type of benefits and services that they are seeking and the type of agencies that they are in connection to. So again, I would invite the member to let us know, myself, or perhaps even more importantly, my colleague, Minister Hussein, whatever manner by which Canadians could be better served by Service Canada and other officials.
Honourable Member for Vancouver-Grenville.
Well, thanks, Madam Chair. And I do want to acknowledge that the government has introduced so many programs of which we and all Canadians are benefiting from. So thank you for that, and thank you to the hardworking public servants who implement those programs. But as we've heard here today, seniors are falling through the cracks. I get an inordinate amount of calls in my office in terms of seniors and their inability to qualify for individual programs. Can the government tell us what specifically they're doing for seniors in need, and can seniors expect a similar program as introduced by the government in other areas?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for that opportunity to again address what the government's done on behalf of seniors. And I do want to assure the member that benefits that seniors are enrolling for, old age security, guaranteed income supplements. These are programs that have been continuing, and we have been expediting all those new members, so there's no benefits that seniors normally apply for that haven't been continued in this pandemic. I also have discussed before the financial measures that we've brought in place and also some social services measures. But I wanted to take this opportunity to make sure that because it is Mental Health Week, that we want to acknowledge that we've launched a new portal for Wellness Together Canada that connects Canadians to peer support workers, social workers, and other professionals, making it easier to find credible mental help. That's an important aspect as seniors are very much more isolated during this pandemic. Thank you.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As other members in this House have commented and asked questions, I'm wondering if the government will be setting national standards for long-term care.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I was very pleased to work with my colleague, the Minister for Seniors, on a set of national guidelines that can help reform long-term care and in particular during this crisis to reduce the number of infections in long-term care all across the country. Those guidelines were developed in partnership with provinces and territories. We all agree more has to be done, Madam Speaker. We all agree that we need to take better care of our seniors no matter where they live in this country, and I look forward to working with my colleagues and the Minister of Seniors on a longer project. Thank you.
Will the government be introducing a national licensure system so that doctors and nurses can have their credentials recognized in all provinces?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the provinces and territories have been working very quickly to ensure that doctors and, in fact, medical professionals can practice in new and innovative ways all across the country. Take the rise in virtual care, for example, Madam Speaker, something that was very difficult to access for Canadians that is now ubiquitous, really, across the country. We know that the provinces and territories are working very diligently to ensure that there are medical professionals that we will need now and into the future, and I look forward to continuing those conversations with my colleagues.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Thank you. In terms of small businesses, recently my office has been made aware that some small businesses are running up against landlords who are refusing to take part in the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program. For small businesses, what is the government's intention with respect to these challenges that we're facing?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is an unprecedented challenge, and I know many are having to make sacrifices they never imagined they would have to. Our government is inviting landlords to do their part and help tenants like the one the Honourable Member is mentioning to get through this. And many landlords have stepped up, and we commend their efforts. We are counting on tenants and landlords to work together to take advantage of the programs available and the one that we just made available with the support of provinces.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madam Chair, recognizing that we are all focused on COVID-19 and making our way through COVID-19, we also recognize that we need to look towards the economy and the challenges that we're facing with respect to the economy. Will the government be tabling a 2020 budget, and has the government considered raising the GST?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And currently, as we all know, we are putting a lot of efforts in the economic emergency response, and we will continue to monitor what needs to be done to support the next steps in the economy.
Ms. Madison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Provinces are starting to put forward plans for people returning to work. For parents, going back to work means making sure their children are safe and cared for. This crisis has shown us how essential, quality, accessible childcare is to the economy. The economy doesn't work if parents don't work, and parents don't work without childcare. For far too long, this government has been promising a national childcare strategy, but nothing has been achieved. When will this government make parents and their children a priority?
The
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you for the question, because that reminds us that although we are in an emergency, the type of investment that we made prior to the emergency do make a difference when you go through these difficult times. So the $7.5 billion investment that we have announced and implemented in the first mandate that will continue until 2028, that is an important part of the emergency context. We know that parents, as was well signaled, parents do need childcare if they want to return to work through and after the crisis.
There's real urgency here, and those talking points aren't helping women right now. They're not helping those children. Will this government finally make quality, affordable childcare a reality in Canada?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I would go beyond quality and affordable. I would also say inclusive and accessible. Those are the four key principles of our long-term investments in childcare that we have started making in the first mandate, that are important in the current crisis, and that we'll continue to implement over time. Thank you.
For London Fanshawe.
Well, in that first mandate, there was a lot of downloading onto the provinces, actually, that happened. And that's not the kind of leadership that Canadians need right now. Women and children apparently are going to continue to fall through the cracks. So let's move on to young people. I've heard from I've heard from a lot of young people from high schools, and they have been left out of these federal programs. They would normally be working over the summer, saving for their post-secondary education, helping pay the bills with their families, but because businesses have been closed because of COVID, they've been hard hit. The government stated that they want to support students. They want to make them part of this recovery. So will the government include those aged 15 to 17 in the programs, and when will the minister announce details on the service grant program?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, we are very grateful for that list of measures that we have indeed announced. Many of them have already been implemented. We're looking forward to announce the details of some of them very soon, including on the Canada Emergency Student Benefit. The service grants, that's also very important because we know that our young Canadians are very ambitious. They want to make a difference in their communities. That will be part of the government's support to these Canadians, these young Canadians, of whom we are very proud and stronger because of them.
Ms. Mattison.
So hopefully I can get a date maybe in my next question, because it's not just young people who are being left out of those government supports. Adult learners are being left out. They're working to earn their secondary school diplomas. So when can we expect some announcements in terms of the service grant program, but also what is this government doing to help those adult learners who have been so far left out of that program?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
A set of comments, because we know that when we go through these very difficult crises, we end up emerging out of them in a very different context. And training, supporting adult learners, supporting all learners will be absolutely essential once we get through this health crisis and reinvest in people, in workers, so that we can grow the economy again.
You mentioned workers. As I'd like to shift a little bit and yet stay on the topic of post-secondary education. Last year, the public funding of universities and colleges made up less than half of their revenues. And because of years of declines in that public funding for the sector, at least 1/3 of academic staff are working contract to contract with limited, if any at all, access to those benefits. They are vulnerable to any downturn in enrollment and other revenue losses, which will result in significant revenue loss, leading to program closures, cuts to those jobs, and student services. Post-secondary institutions were not included in the government's wage subsidy program. Will the government change that exclusion?
Honourable President,
very
short answer.
How much time?
15 seconds.
Well, 15 seconds is very unfair because there would be so much to say. I am going to reach out to you directly to let you know about all the things we've already started to do and all of these important comments that we'd like to be able to fully intake. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Last week, during the virtual Parliament session, I asked a question many times about tax havens. I asked this question to the Minister of Revenue, and I heard her never-ending cassette tape of things that didn't really answer my question. She kept on hammering it home even though she didn't answer my question. I'm losing patience. So I'm going to try. I was thinking about things. I'd like to understand why some people who don't have money to pay taxes, except for the government, it has its cassette tape. And she said, we're going to fight against abusive tax avoidance. And my question is simple. I said, what is non-abusive tax avoidance? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right now, we know that we're in the midst of a crisis that is unprecedented. And what we're going to do is to support workers. And that's what we're doing with the wage subsidy. And it is going to help Canadians pay their bills, to keep their jobs, to get through this crisis. If a company is not paying its fair share of tax, it will face the full force of the law, including potentially being excluded from programs. This will affect boards, presidents, and shareholders. Well, we're not out of the woods yet. I'd like to hear their answer that is the same length as my question. What is non-abusive tax avoidance? Honourable Minister, 10 seconds. So in such little time, I'd just like to say, right now we're focusing on workers. Mr. Terrien, inaudible. I'd like to ask another very easy question. How come Denmark is able to say, if I give you money, we have to ensure that you're going to pay your fair share of tax to the federal government? How come Denmark can do this? How come France can do this and others are doing this? How come our government is just doing this? It's a simple, makes simple sense. If you don't pay your tax, you don't get federal assistance. The Honourable Minister, thank you, Madam Speaker. In Canada, and since we've been in government since 2015, we've spent billions to fight tax evasion. We're going to continue to fight tax cheats in Canada and abroad because it's a priority for our government. Mr. Terrien, Madam Speaker, the result is this. I asked them a simple question. If you don't pay your fair share of tax, you shouldn't get government assistance. I want them to understand this. How come the government doesn't do this? If you don't pay, you don't get. The Honourable Minister, once again, I'd like to remind my colleague that since 2015, we've made historic investment in the CRA to ensure that we have the necessary tools to catch tax cheats and take them to court. We have 50 ongoing investigations into international tax evasion, and we are facing a crisis right now. What we're going to do is going to continue our efforts and focus on workers. Mr. Terrien, they're giving, we know we're in a crisis, they're giving out assistance, but how come when you're in a crisis, you can't just simply say, yes, we're going to give you money to people who've paid their fair share? It's simple. The Minister of Revenue, she should answer my question. I speak from the heart, so should she. Poland and others have done this. They have similar tax systems to ours. The Honourable Minister, thank you, Madam Speaker. We are focusing on workers right now. So with the wage subsidy, we're paying 75% of their salary so we can pay them. We want them to be able to keep their job and protect their employment. So we're going to continue to make efforts to support workers. Very quickly, inaudible. I'd like to say that Denmark, are you saying that they don't take care of their workers? They're one of the most socially forward countries in the world. Is the minister saying that Denmark is not taking care of its workers? Are they not doing so? If they let people who are not paying their fair share of tax receive government funding? Is that what she's saying? Inaudible. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to hear the answer. We're going to move on to Mr. Martel now. Madam Speaker, please, order. Companies who pay their employees with T4As still don't have access to the CEBA emergency account, even though they fulfill all the criteria. When will these companies receive assistance? Honourable Minister, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I said, we have established programs to help small and medium-sized enterprises. The $40,000 will help them to pay their bills, and we're going to continue to work to ensure that these entrepreneurs can have access to this corporate loan. Madam Speaker, seniors haven't received any government assistance. Yet, the COVID-19 crisis has driven up costs and added additional expenses for seniors, notably in terms of groceries. How can the government not help those who help build our country? The Honourable Minister.
And I do want to assure again Canadians that seniors are top of mind for this government, and we have implemented many measures to support them financially with the GST credit supplementary payment for low and modest income seniors. We've also reduced the minimum withdrawals from RRIFs by 25%, and we've also put in $9 million and another pivoting the $50 million for the New Horizons for Seniors to help seniors directly with supports in their own communities. We will have more news to say on this matter soon. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, those who's run out of EI or long-term illness and they're still eligible, should they not receive CERB rather than other supports? Does the government plan to rectify this injustice? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board, I'd like to thank my colleague for his very important question. A few weeks ago, we realized that the EI system was inappropriate to take care of people who are facing a crisis such as this. We want to allow all those who have lost everything and can't meet ends meet. We want to help them to get through this crisis, and I'd be happy to talk to you about this in more detail if you wish. Madam Speaker, as parliamentarians, we have to answer our constituents daily. Services Canada established services to better support us in terms of the CRA. It's trickier. Moreover, the parliamentary line was closed. Can the CRA tell us if they plan to provide better tools for parliamentarians? The Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for sharing this reality that's happening right now in his region. We'll have a conversation with the Minister to ensure that we continue to offer services to Canadians as they deserve. Madam Speaker, the emergency support for commercial rent won't reach its objective necessarily. Many landlords won't accept to reduce their rent by 25%, and they won't want the additional red tape. We'll probably have to force landlords to follow the program. Will there not be other programs to help owners, commercial owners? Madam Speaker, we recognize the challenges that companies and entrepreneurs are facing, and we reached an agreement with the provinces and territories to establish emergency support for commercial rent for small companies. We offered this through the Canada Mortgage House system and the provinces and territories, and we're going to offer support to landlords who will reduce the rent by 25%, and landlords, well, this will help them to continue to offer their support and services. 10 seconds of question. The commercial rent support does not take account of certain companies that rent lands during the summer. And will this type of lands be eligible for this rent support? The Honourable Minister, 10 seconds. I don't have much time to answer the question. Well, I will take note of it and provide him an answer later.
At a meeting in BC in January, the government told provincial and territorial attorney generals and solicitor generals that they would be consulted before any firearm regulations or legislations was announced. Can the minister tell the House if the provincial attorney generals and solicitor generals were consulted before the announcement last Friday?
The Minister with Public Safety.
Yeah, I'm happy to advise the member opposite that I did bring this to the federal, provincial, territorial discussion with ministers responsible for public safety, and I've had a number of discussions with them since before and since that announcement.
Mr. Bresser. Attorney and Solicitor Generals, Madam Chair, when were they told?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, of course, we advised them of our intention, and frankly, it wasn't a secret. You may recall we ran in the last Parliament, stating very clearly that we intended to prohibit military-style assault weapons. We advised the ministers responsible in each of the provinces, and when they were also notified before the Order in Council was published.
In fact, they were told an hour after the decision was made on Friday and the announcement was made, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of Health, as she spoke with the Alberta Health Minister about serological testing not yet approved by Health Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I regularly meet with my provincial counterparts across the country, as a matter of fact, at least once a week. In addition, we have regular bilateral conversations about a number of items. As the Member of Parliament knows, there are a number of tests that are currently being assessed by Health Canada, and Health Canada will do its due process to ensure that these tests are accurate and do not pose any risk to Canadians.
Madam Chair, respectfully, that took twice as long as what my question was. Premier Kenney of Alberta and other premiers, including Premier Moe, questioned why Health Canada is refusing to accept the approvals for use for tests for COVID-19 by peer organizations such as the European Union's and the United States Food and Drug Administration. Given the recognized urgent need for proven rapid, mass, and accurate testing, could the Minister of Health please explain why these other blue-chip regulatory agencies' approval is insufficient for Public Health Agency of Canada, and what special testing is being done by Health Canada that is superior to these internationally recognized agencies?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think all Canadians would want to be assured that any medical device has been reviewed by Health Canada professionals to ensure its safety and efficacy.
Professor.
It's agreed by experts all over the world that the key to bringing control to the COVID-19 pandemic is the use of rapid, mass, and accurate testing. When will Health Canada approve the use of proven serological tests to provide the mass testing that is required to protect those seniors who are detached and alone and many dying in their residences, and to allow the Canadian economy to reopen?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll just let the member know that in fact it's not serological testing that would be rapid and provide that kind of immediate answers for seniors. It's actually point of care testing, Madam Speaker, that is actually under development. As the member opposite knows, there are a number of tests that have been approved by Health Canada. In fact, at least 13 to date. Some of them point of care testing. There is a Canadian supplier that we're working with to ensure that we can actually help facilitate access to those testing approaches across the country.
Last week in question period, the Health Minister stated that Health Canada would not only approve for use COVID-19 detection technology that was manufactured in Canada, that it would only approve. Now, with the failure and recall of the detection service, what other made-in-Canada solutions is the Minister of Health offering to Canadians with testing?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're working with a number of manufacturers across the country, researchers included, to ensure that we have new and innovative testing capacities as we go forward. This is a complicated area, as the member opposite probably understands. It also involves ensuring that provinces and territories have laboratory capacity and health capacity to ensure that they can maximize the use of these tests. We continue to do this work, Madam Speaker. We fully agree that testing is part of the strategy to ensure that we can live in the new normal with COVID-19.
Mr. Brassard.
Thank you. Quick question. Is the government considering opening up interprovincial trade barriers to make sure that the Canadian economy, the power of the Canadian economy, can help us recover from this COVID-19 crisis?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our government is very much in favor of lifting barriers to trade between provinces, and that is a discussion we are having with the provinces. Some premiers have unilaterally lifted trade barriers amongst themselves, and I encourage all premiers to do that.
And that's all for now. And now we'll move on to the Take Note debate. Pursuant to order made April 20th, the committee shall now consider a motion that the committee take note on the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic for not more than 2 hours and 10 minutes. Each recognized party shall be allotted 30 minutes for debate, which may be shared among members of that party, and a total of 10 minutes shall be allotted for debate by members who do not belong to a recognized party. The Honourable Minister of Heritage, le Ministre du Patrimoine canadien.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my constituent, Seine Laurier Sainte Marie. I'm very proud to be able to represent him in this House. I will be sharing my time with my colleague, with two of my colleagues, actually. I'm very pleased to be here with you in order to continue the important work of the Parliament and of its committees while respecting public health directives and social and physical distancing. First, I'll talk briefly about our creative, cultural, and heritage organizations, as well as our sports and media organizations. As you can imagine, these businesses, as with many others, are facing a major crisis because of the COVID-19 virus. This is the single most significant crisis of our history. We, as Canadians and as elected members of our democracy, have a role to play in helping our creative and sports sectors get through this crisis and emerge on the other side stronger and bigger. Of course, it will be a challenge for these organizations to be able to get through this, but I know we can do this if we all do our part. On April 26th, the artists from across the country did what they do best: create, move us, and inspire us. They got together online and gave us a memorable concert, Stronger Together, Tous Ensemble. They made confinement feel a little bit less terrible, a little bit less alone, and it made us feel more connected. The confinement and the paused economy provides challenges, and we are learning, as with all Canadians. We must do our best and what we can in these uncertain times. Our artists and our athletes are doing so themselves. Their initiative, their solidarity and resilience are a source of inspiration for our work today. Let us try to act as they do and for them. In Canada, we recognize that our cultural sector, in all of its various expressions, are very important. The museum sector and the sports sectors as well are very important to the development of our communities and our identity. The Canadian society is stronger, more active, and healthy thanks to them. In addition to being a key economic factor and driver, the cultural sector is a pillar of our communities. We need them. We need these sectors more than ever in these difficult circumstances. Unfortunately, the arts, cultural, heritage, and sports sectors, which are essential to our communities and to our Canadian culture, have been very much impacted by the pandemic. The leaders of these creative industries and various sports organizations are telling us about major financial losses because of the measures that have been put in place because they're necessary to ensure the health of Canadians. For example, all in-person events such as concerts, festivals, and various performances have been canceled. Films and TV productions have been paused. Museums are no longer open, and a large number of businesses have recorded significant losses in revenue, especially ad revenues. We can expect that the creative industry of Canada will face increasing pressures. On 1 month, the losses are estimated at $4.4 billion and 26,000 jobs. Over 3 months, losses are estimated at $13.2 billion and 81,000 jobs. Some businesses will be able to get past these problems with the help of government, as well as loans and the support of our private sector. That's exactly why we acted quickly when faced with this challenge and this emergency. We are here for our athletes and our creatives when they most need us.
As soon as containment measures were announced in Canada, I held a virtual press briefing to reassure our entire cultural and sports sector. I wanted to guarantee them that government funding would be maintained regardless of the circumstances. The work and mandate of Canadian Heritage have not changed. We are here to support the arts, culture, and sports sectors. We have ensured that funds from grants and contributions continue to flow, and we remain available to work with our partners to determine the best way forward. The Government of Canada is also working hard to roll out its COVID-19 economic response plan. This plan includes direct support for every affected Canadian, including those in the arts, culture, and sports sector. It includes the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit for workers who lose all or part of their income because of the pandemic. The benefit applies to wage earners, contract workers, and self-employed individuals who would not otherwise be eligible for employment insurance. Note that after receiving input from the industry, we announced that royalty payments would not be included in calculating the income eligible for benefits. As someone who has published 3 books myself, I understood this very clearly. This means that artists and creators will not be disadvantaged because of work they did months ago. In addition to these emergency benefits, credits and exemptions for all Canadians and Canadian businesses, we have introduced targeted measures for our cultural and sports sector. On April 17, our Prime Minister announced a $500 million emergency fund for our cultural, heritage, and sports organizations in recognition of the importance to our society. This assistance is intended for institutions that suffer or will suffer income losses related to COVID-19. We are doing everything possible to stay in touch with our partners and the organizations we support to address their most pressing concerns. This measure will provide financial support that ties in with existing measures in response to COVID-19 pertaining to salaries and fixed costs. The fund will be administered by Canadian Heritage with the support of our partners, notably the Canada Council for the Arts. We will work with the culture, heritage, and sports sectors to clarify the terms and conditions of this financial support. Supplementary to this, the Canada Council will also provide $60 million in advance funding to help cultural organizations and artists that receive council grants to meet their immediate commitments. Our government, through the Canadian Heritage, is also investing $3 million in several organizations through the Digital Citizen Initiative to help combat false and misleading COVID-19 information, as well as the racism and stigmatization that we have seen spur out of the crisis. This support will help fund activities such as public awareness tools and online workshops to help Canadians become more resilient and think critically about COVID-19 disinformation. Funded projects will reach Canadians on a national and local scale, online and offline, in minority communities, in both official languages, and Indigenous communities. We are also providing support for broadcasters. The Government of Canada has waived Part 1 license fees for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. This amounts to $30 million in assistance for our broadcasters. An independent panel of experts will also make recommendations to the Canada Revenue Agency on the implementation of the tax measures for print journalism announced in Budget 2019. This panel is now in place, and we've made several adjustments to the tax measures to better meet the needs of the publishing and journalism community. To give just one example, new publishers and media outlets that receive support from the Canada Periodical Fund will be eligible to the Canadian Journalism Labour Tax Credit. Finally, the vast majority of the $30 million invested by our government in a national COVID-19 awareness campaign will be invested in Canadian media, in television, radio, newspapers and magazines, and digital media. The revenue generated by this campaign will provide our media with a breath of fresh air. Canadians are facing one of the greatest challenges of our history. Our artists, our creators, our athletes, and our amateur sport community are showing us many examples of solidarity. Together, alongside them, we will meet this challenge. I invite you to envision the sport and culture sector as an ecosystem, rich in its diversity, but fragile. Together, let's continue to protect it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Service autochtone, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kwe Tanse Ulukut. Bonjour. Good afternoon. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. As of May 5th, we have seen 161 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in First Nations communities on reserve, and 16 in Inuit communities focused in the Nunavik region. I also want to take a second to address what was made public a few days ago with respect to a false positive case in Pond Inlet, luckily, and this was confirmed earlier in the week to the relief of many Canadians. Again, The lesson from this is we need to stay vigilant, Mr. Speaker, because we know that the pre-existing conditions that exist in these communities make them exceedingly vulnerable, and vigilance is key, particularly with a pandemic that we have yet to fully understand.
In order to help the Indigenous communities to prepare their reaction to COVID-19, our government has provided directly more than $740 million to meet the needs of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities in terms of public health. To date, nearly $60 million was used to buy equipment for to hire medical personnel, as well as to support the preparation measures of these communities. This is in addition to the investments made during the 2019 budget, through which our government provided nearly $80 million for preparing sanitary emergencies. These investments have allowed for development of a regional coordinators network to strengthen the ability of First Nations to face these health emergencies and pandemics. Indigenous Services Canada continues and will continue to conserve a reserve of equipment, and this reserve will be made available to the First Nations communities that may need PPE to ensure the safety of their health workers and others supporting the provision of these services.
5th, yesterday, we have shipped 731 orders for personal protective equipment, including hand sanitizers and 95 masks, isolation shields, and gloves, to First Nations communities, with 5 orders in progress. The amounts constitute more than 167,850 gowns and more than 202,000 surgical masks to complement supplies provided by provinces and territories. We continue to respond quickly to requests and to assess them within a 24-hour turnaround time. I would like to underscore that many communities and service providers are adapting their operations to respect the requirement for physical distancing. National Indigenous organizations such as Thunderbird Partnership Foundation and First Peoples Wellness Circles have developed a series of resources related to COVID-19 that are available to everyone online. One of our supports has been to financially assist the First Peoples Wellness Circle in developing an online platform for its network of local multidisciplinary mental wellness teams that are currently offering services to 344 communities. We've increased the number of crisis intervention counselors on shift at the Hope for Wellness helpline, which is now receiving more than 100 calls or chats a week linked to COVID-19. This experience of self-isolation and physical distancing, of having family members who may be at higher risk or fall ill, can have a significant and real impact on mental health. We recognize this and are engaged with partners to support solutions to address and bolster mental health, particularly for youth. L'aide aux jeunes autochtones.
Assistance for Indigenous youth is another priority. The department is cooperating and collaborating with its Indigenous partners, such as youth organizations, to support and promote Indigenous resources for young people.
Exchange has set up the Creation Community Support Fund to support youth mental wellness during the COVID-19 pandemic with local solutions. Similarly, We Matter is an Indigenous-led youth organization focused on life promotion and messages of hope and resilience, as they have developed toolkits which are available for youth, teachers, and support workers to help youth and those who support youth.
We are aware that post-secondary students are facing unprecedented situations because of COVID-19. On April 22nd, the Prime Minister announced support of nearly $9 billion for students at the post-secondary level, including Indigenous students. However, we still know that a number of Indigenous students are in very specific and particular situations, whether it's their job prospects, financial stability, or the ability to move on with their studies as was planned. That's why an additional $75.2 million will be provided specifically to support post-secondary students in First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities while they face COVID-19. This is in addition to the existing financial assistance programs for post-secondary students. This could cover, for example, the purchase. This could cover, for example, the purchase of technological tools, food, housing, transportation, and may cover an additional year of university if diplomas cannot be provided or obtained. And this is to ensure that students can start or continue their studies despite COVID-19.
Also taking steps to support Indigenous-owned business during this crisis. The Government of Canada will provide up to $306.8 million in funding to help small and medium-sized Indigenous businesses through the network of Aboriginal financial institutions that offer financing to Indigenous businesses. This measure will help an estimated 6,000 Indigenous-owned businesses endure this difficult time and will hopefully provide the stability they need to persist. Indigenous businesses, including Indigenous government-owned corporations and partnerships, are also now eligible to apply for the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy to support them in their efforts to retain and rehire laid-off employees and weather the current challenges. Taxable Indigenous government-owned corporations are already eligible for the wage subsidy. The government has also established a business credit availability program to provide $40 billion in additional support through the Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada, who are working together with private sector lenders to coordinate credit solutions for individual businesses, which some Indigenous businesses may be able to leverage as well. As you may recall, on March 18th, the Government of Canada allocated $305 million towards a new distinctions-based Indigenous Community Support Fund to address immediate needs related to COVID-19 in Indigenous communities and among urban Indigenous populations. This funding is part of the COVID-19 Economic Response Plan and is in addition to needs-based support for First Nations and Inuit health and urban emergency management. As part of this Indigenous Community Support Fund, we are working to support First Nations off-reserve and urban Indigenous populations. We recently concluded proposal-based process to distribute $15 million to organizations that provide critical services to First Nations off-reserve and Indigenous peoples living in urban centres. So far, 94 proposals by organizations from coast to coast to coast have been supported through this fund. This includes support for friendship centres as they continue their important work to serve urban Indigenous communities in the face of this pandemic. We know that friendship centres are playing a crucial role with their key support ranging from delivering food to families, young people and elders, responding to calls for assistance and support, or providing mental health and cultural support for urban Indigenous communities. As our response to COVID-19 pandemic continues and adapts to new data, we ask Indigenous communities and partners to continue to assess their evolving needs. And we ask them to reach out to their regional departmental contacts so that we may assist them in supporting community members. I want to take this final moment, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, to express again my deepest sympathies to the Canadian Armed Forces. Our thoughts and prayers go to the military personnel who lost their lives in the helicopter crash in the Ionian Sea and their families. Canada is grieving with them as we all try to come to grips with this tragic accident. Let me conclude by saying that the government has designed and support the measures I described earlier today to provide timely and direct support to all Canadians in response to this unprecedented crisis. These measures offer timely financial support to Indigenous peoples in Canada, in particular, no matter where they reside. We are working with our partners for all Canadians. Miigwech, Nakamik, merci. Thank you. Merci.
We'll now go to, nous allons maintenant aller à la ministre de la Prospérité de la classe moyenne.
The Minister of Prosperity, Middle Class and Finances, Ms. Fortier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an unprecedented crisis. More than 3 million people were infected across the world, more than 60,000 in Canada. Tragically, more than 4,000 Canadians have died. Of course, the health and safety of all Canadians remains our absolute priority. We are constantly and tirelessly looking for solutions to stop the spread of this mortal virus. The pandemic has hit large and small businesses across the world from one day to the other, and it continues to have a devastating impact on the world economy. Thankfully, our government has taken energetic measures in order to lessen the impacts of this crisis by providing direct assistance to more than $140 billion to Canadian families, Canadians, and businesses. This is the most complete plan of all the G7 countries. It has been 8 weeks now since the Prime Minister gave a first overview of Canada's response to the COVID-19 response plan. This plan is aimed at stopping the spread of the virus in our country and at protecting families, Canadians, and businesses.
The government has developed and implemented policies that have expanded and enhanced Canada's emergency response plan. Mr. Speaker, no Canadian should have to choose between protecting their health and putting food on the table. The government has designed and launched a series of measures, including the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, to provide timely and direct support to Canadians in response to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, this benefit that provides $2,000 to individuals who have lost their employment has supported over 7.5 million Canadians. These measures will help meet the cash needs of Canadian households and help ensure that Canadians can pay for essential needs like housing, groceries during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell this House and Canadians about some of our key measures. Les familles ressentent les
The families are feeling the social and economic repercussions of COVID-19 on a daily basis. Parents are concerned about being able to put food on the table and are trying to find creative ways to be teachers and entertain their children. This is a difficult period for so many families, and we must continue to help parents and invest in our children. This month, families obtaining the Canada Child Benefit will receive a supplementary amount of up to $300 per child in order to face the challenges of COVID-19. As you know, the benefit is a non-taxable monthly payment given to eligible families to help raise children of under 18 years. Since it was put in place in 2016, it has had a positive impact on the incomes of families. This is assistance that it is geared towards those families that need them the most. Low-income and middle-class families get higher amounts. This month, families will automatically get that increase as part of their May payment. They will not need to make any kind of special request to obtain this amount. This is additional supports of nearly $2 billion for the families across the country. It will help families meet the increased costs associated with raising their children during this pandemic. This is just one of the many measures that the government has put in place to help families get over this crisis.
And CCB increase, we have provided individuals and families with low and modest incomes with a special top-up payment through the Goods and Services Tax Credit. This measure provided on average close to $400 for single individuals and close to $600 for couples. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Ottawa-Vanier, this has meant that families are able to provide during these very difficult times. We also understand that Canadians may be challenged in filing their taxes this year. That is why our government has also extended the tax filing deadline for individuals to June 1st. It is one more way we are easing pressures on Canadians during this pressure-filled time. Mr. Speaker, we have heard post-secondary students are feeling the economic impacts of COVID-19. Many students were preparing to start a summer or co-op job in May and are now worried about how to pay rent and cover basic living expenses. Recent graduates are struggling to find meaningful work. This is a critical point in their lives, and we must do everything possible to support the future of the next generation. In order to ensure that post-secondary students are able to confidently continue their studies in the fall, the government is proposing significant measures to support them. From students who were counting on summer employment to pay for their tuition, to recent graduates who were planning to start their careers, the government has their back during this challenging time. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to rise in this House last week to speak to the $9 billion plan to help students and recent graduates get through the next few months. Because of COVID-19, there aren't as many jobs for students as last year. And without a job, it can be hard to pay for tuition or for day-to-day basics. So we've proposed the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, which would give students $1,250 a month from May to August, with additional support for students with dependents or disabilities. At the same time, we're creating and extending up to 160,000 jobs and other opportunities for young people in sectors that need an extra hand right now or are at the front line of the pandemic. And if students prefer to volunteer and help in the fight against COVID-19, they'll be eligible for a $1,000 to $5,000 grant through the New Canada Student Service Grant. Monsieur le Président, nous aidons également les
Mr. Speaker, we're helping businesses pay their employees, even if they cannot open their doors. Canada's emergency wage subsidy is a subsidy of 75% up to $847 per week for employers of all sizes and in all sectors who have seen their gross income diminish by at least 15% in March and 30% in April and May. We created the subsidy to prevent job losses and to encourage employers to rehire employees they had to lay off.
Our action also stands to have far-reaching implications. More workers will keep their jobs, and more employers will be in a better position after the crisis when the economy rebounds. Monsieur le Président, la pandémie de la
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound effect on Canadians all over the country. Every sector of the economy and every region in Canada has suffered the consequences. The government will continue to assess the repercussions of COVID-19. We are ready to take other steps as needed, and we will continue to do what is necessary to support Canadians all throughout the pandemic, and we will ensure that our economy remains resilient during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, we will get through this together. When this crisis is over, we will be in a better position to bounce back together and to continue to build a stronger country, a country where everyone can succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this time.
We'll now go to Ms. Shin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to share this time with my colleagues from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord and Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan. As I rise to speak in the House today, I do so with deep gratitude. I'm grateful for the privilege of serving my constituents in Port Moody, Coquitlam, and Morin-Belcarra during these unprecedented times. I'm grateful to be here in the chamber where the dignity, dreams, life, and hope of the people are shaped by the laws we make in this great democratic institution. I am proud to be Canadian more than ever before because I see people in our country and in my community putting their compassion, generosity, and resilience into action in a time of great need. I'm humbled by the honor of serving my country in a time of adversity. I'd like to take this time to thank the healthcare practitioners and staff at Eagle Ridge Hospital for their daily sacrifice. I'd like to thank the first responders and essential workers in my riding who keep us safe, fed, and maintain a certain level of normalcy for us in a time of instability. Thank you all for putting yourselves at risk on the front lines as you take care of us. You are the heroes in this war against COVID-19. I'd also like to say a special thank you to all who have been showing great initiative by raising support for food banks through virtual concerts and galas. I'd like to thank Share Family and Community Services and other societies and groups in my community for continuing to meet the needs of food insecurity, the homeless, seniors, and vulnerable families. I'd like to thank the efforts of individuals and groups that have been making homemade masks and donating them to healthcare workers and seniors. But there is another demographic of vulnerable Canadians that are facing unprecedented struggle right now, and that is the business community. With so many shutdowns, revenue losses, and the challenges of paying rent, utility bills, all the while facing disappointments of gaps in the emergency benefits that disqualify some business owners, I recognize it's a process, but it's been a daunting one for several weeks. Therefore, I'd like to thank Michael Hind and the Tri-Cities Chamber of Commerce for doing an excellent job keeping business owners updated on different government benefits and encouraging the people, and to the sponsors of the Shop Local campaign to help our businesses survive the pandemic. Thank you for giving hope to our entrepreneurs. Canada needs our businesses to survive past this pandemic. In the midst of struggle, there have also been moments of celebration. I'd like to congratulate Dr. Anne Marie Cooper, a resident of Port Moody, for receiving the BC Achievement Community Award. We celebrate her exceptional contributions to our local heritage, our green spaces, and advocating for seniors. I'd also like to congratulate Novo Textiles, a company in my riding in Coquitlam that, without government funding, has managed to retool their factory to manufacture surgical masks. And they are now supplying masks for BC Provincial Health Services Authority, Alberta Health, and Nova Scotia, fish processing companies, BC Search and Rescue, and Port of Vancouver. In a short time, they'll be manufacturing N95 masks using a Canadian machine and Swiss-made fabric that has a strong antiviral, antibacterial effect that can kill bacteria upon contact. This success story and similar stories that are starting to pop up across our nation demonstrate their efforts, not only of their efforts against COVID-19, but their entrepreneurial, innovative, and pioneering spirit, which is the essence of the Canadian spirit. And I'm so proud to see it happen right here in my own community. It was a privilege to be part of expediting the process for Novo Textiles' transition to becoming one of Canada's first manufacturers of N95 masks. In continuing to celebrate our Canadians, I'd like to wish all members of the Dutch, Asian, and Jewish communities a happy Heritage Month and celebrate their history, culture, and contributions that enrich and strengthen our country. This week, we also observe Mental Health Week, and I'm so glad to hear in the House many sensibilities spoken about this. The COVID-19 pandemic has tested many aspects of our human condition. It has particularly had a toll on our mental health individually and collectively. There's been a lot of shock, change, and much to grieve and process. It didn't even dawn on me personally until I went to Vancouver International Airport on my flight here to see the empty airport and recognize the situation we truly are in with a vulnerability with our economy and not seeing people, the crowds that I'm used to seeing that mark a healthy industry. We are in challenging times. I recently spoke with a nonprofit organization, Not 9 to 5, that advocates for mental health awareness and support for the hospitality industry. Of the many industries hit by COVID-19 shutdowns, the hospitality industry is perhaps one of the most vulnerable, and is certainly an important part of my constituency and British Columbia. According to the Mental Health Commission of Canada, substance use, socioeconomic insecurity, and unemployment are high-risk factors for suicide and suicidal behavior. According to Not 9 to 5, the hospitality industry already had a severe mental health crisis on its hand before the coronavirus pandemic, but now with the added challenges of isolation and anxiety caused by the pandemic, a rise in suicide rates is expected. This points me to a greater overarching pandemic. Hospitality is one industry, but Canadians at large are facing an unprecedented time of trauma, fear, anxiety, and hopelessness, with all the challenges of financial loss, isolation, fear of the COVID-19 virus itself, and uncertainty about the future. And I know many have not had a chance to grieve and come to terms with what's happening right now. And in a matter of weeks and months, I don't even know what that will look like. So it is at a time like this that I feel that it is important for us as parliamentarians, and especially for the government, being in a position to take action, to really consider the long-term impact of this crisis pertaining to mental health, and perhaps view the situation as an opportunity to do a reset in how Canadians perceive mental health and how we respond. That perhaps it's not something that just should be left to the provinces, but that there should be a federal framework that we can provide in trying to provide not only immediate intervention, but long-term solutions. So I would ask all members across all aisles to consider what that framework would look like to not only help Canadians through this pandemic, but set a long-term course where mental health care is accessible and part of everyday care like physical health care. In 2006, the Conservative government legislated the Mental Health Act. We acknowledge the need for oversight on mental health, but it's been 14 years. We need to revisit mental health and take it to the next level. There's no better time than the present, and if necessity is the mother of all invention, let the necessity of oversight and funding for mental health care today, in partnership with all tiers of government and frontline organization, mark its beginning. Today, there is another pandemic that is running parallel to COVID-19, and that is domestic abuse. In 2018, about 1/3 of all violent crimes reported to the police were committed by intimate partners. The COVID-19 pandemic has created the perfect storm for domestic violence to escalate. Tri-City Transitions is a women's shelter and service provider for families and victims of domestic violence in my riding. And I'm grateful that my community has an organization like Tri-City Transitions that has programs for immediate needs and long-term restoration and has served the community for 45 years. I spoke with Carol Metz, who has worked many years for the shelter, and in a Zoom interview, she stated that since the COVID-19 pandemic caused social distancing and shutdowns, they have opened 20 new cases. Families are being strained relationally, and even the most solid relationships are being tested. While emphasizing the need for more long-term programs to support women who form 80% of the victims in intimate partner violence, she also stated the need for programs to help the abusers deal with the issues that translate into their anger, violence, and abusive behavior. While the government has stated that the funds are flowing into the bank accounts of shelters and sexual assault centers, we don't know the details of how the support is being distributed, and so there is no way of determining the gaps. It is time to take a deeper look at domestic violence and deal with these issues, or else we will have a whole generation of families with PTSD and all kinds of trauma. The cycle needs to end. We need to mitigate now with solutions that not only speak to immediate relief, but the short-term and long-term toward restoration. I'm glad to see initiatives that the government has made to bring more awareness, but it needs to go deeper. Counseling is a journey that needs to begin and end with consistency, and I hope that some of the counseling that is provided will be long-term journeys to help people find stability in those counseling relationships. So moving forward, I hope that during this Mental Health Week, all members will give deep thought into what mental health care should look like today and for the next generation. Thank you.
OK, nous avons un appel au règlement.
We have a point of order.
Leader.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on a point of order. In both official languages, I'm tabling a revised version of part of the answer to the March 9th, 2020 response of the House communicated to the Clerk of the House by the Minister of Finance on April 29th, 2020. Given the exceptional measures in place to work during the COVID-19 pandemic, the translation of some parts of this document was problematic. There were some technical issues, as well as the authorization to translate some parts of the documents were missing at the time of tabling the documents. These problems are now resolved, and so I would like to table these documents. We will now proceed with speeches. Mr. Martel. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to sit in this place today in order to represent the concerns of fellow citizens for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord during these uncertain times. Parliament has never closed before. This is a first. At a time of crisis, people are turning to their leaders. Unfortunately, for several weeks, there was an impasse with the government, and files did not move forward. As a coach, I've experienced the situation that when you surround yourself with people who think just like you do, you can rarely innovate or improve. That is why we pushed so hard to be here. We would have preferred to be here several days a week, but we'll take what we can get. I spent question period raising a number of issues for individuals and for businesses. I understand that the current situation is exceptional. We are all together moving forward in uncertain times, and the government is doing the best it can to help people in need. However, I would like the government to cooperate more with Conservative opposition members, because I think that we have a lot to contribute to find positive solutions to the COVID-19 crisis. The government would be well advised to work with us for the good of Canadians without using parliamentary time to fall into partisan issues like further control of law-abiding gun owners. Having said that, I want to raise a few issues with the government's current programs in a spirit of collaboration, hoping to improve them to reach more of our population. First, I believe that parliamentarians could be the greatest allies in the battle against COVID-19. We are the people who listen to the problems of citizens and businesses and help them to find solutions. With Service Canada, measures have been put in place to better support us as parliamentarians. With the Canada Revenue Agency, however, it's more difficult because, among other things, the parliamentarians' phone line has been shut down. Many people are currently falling between the cracks, and we are the only ones who can help them. We understand that the government is announcing programs quickly, without necessarily having all of the details in order to be able to react as quickly as possible. However, many citizens are still being forgotten. I understand that our officials are working very hard, but I think that they should have the right to make certain interpretations of regulations when they are vague. I'm thinking, for example, of those who were pushed into applying for EI because of the rail blockades, or those who were simply more far-sighted than most and decided to self-isolate before March 15th. They're not entitled to CERB like many people. On the individual level, on a personal level, I am outraged that the government has provided such generous assistance to students, the very people who work in our essential services during the summer. They are the least vulnerable to COVID-19, and yet they are the ones who are being the most encouraged to stay home. This is a race to the bottom instead of offering incentives to go to work. Of course, some businesses will experience difficulties and will not be able to rehire their regular staff. But it is absolutely necessary to provide incentives to work. For example, why not offer more loans and bursaries to those working this summer? That is the kind of policy that will minimize assistance to young people and reward those who decide to work on our farms, in our businesses, or even in primary care. I also encourage the government to work with provinces to improve support for seniors during this time of COVID-19. Seniors are in forced isolation, and they are the most vulnerable to the virus. Many have to buy electronic devices, install internet to stay connected with their families, and order groceries online for their own safety. This crisis is costing them more money. Will there be any help for them? I'd like to turn to businesses now. The Canada Business Emergency Account is a good program, but it is too restrictive. Why is it not helping startup businesses that are just getting going? And for those who unfortunately have not yet had the chance to pay $20,000 in salaries, what about them? What about those who managed their businesses with a personal checking account? What about those who pay their employees in T4A or service contracts? What about those who pay themselves in dividends or through income splitting? There's many ways to run businesses in Canada. I'm sure that the Minister of Finance is well aware of this. Many businesses are falling between the cracks when it would be easy to give them a $40,000 repayable loan. That's not a program that's hard to improve, and it is a program that could make the difference in whether or not a business survives. Speaking of survival of businesses, many were hoping to get the emergency wage subsidy to keep their employees working and to keep the economy going. But there's two huge holes in the program, in my opinion. First, why are non-arm's length businesses not entitled to this assistance? It makes no sense. It means we're interfering in the management of Canadian businesses. Whether they had arm's length or not, they need help. Second, we're asking that the average salary between January 2020 and March 2020 be taken into account. Many businesses, especially in tourism or camping, have many seasonal employees who actually don't work between January and March. For them, the amount of subsidy under this rule is zero. Finally, emergency assistance for commercial rent leaves me a little perplexed. How does the government intend to get involved in a contract between two businesses on a rental lease and force a landlord to accept a 25% rent reduction? That's a dangerous game that the government is playing. Either it helps tenants by providing 50% or 75% or offers loan to landlords until they're paid by the tenants, but then to force a landlord to revise their contract and collect less money falls beyond the scope. This is a very slippery slope. I would urge the government to exercise caution and to review the structure of this program. I have every confidence that the Liberal government will take my suggestions into account. After all, the problems I'm raising are not just being experienced in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, but the entire country. Although it is the right thing to do, these programs will cost Canada dearly, and we cannot afford to put future generations into debt. We already have a tax system that is not very competitive with the rest of North America. Our tax system is cumbersome and inefficient. I would warn the government that any tax increases would further stifle our citizens and hurt our economic recovery. As for the stimulus package, I invite the Liberal government to accelerate infrastructure projects to make it easier to invest in Canada and especially to promote the $200 billion in private natural resource projects that are currently being studied in Canada, such as the ones being studied in my riding, GNL Quebec. Before the crisis, LNG Quebec received about 64% support in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region. It's a large-scale green project that's ready to be built as early as 2021 and will certainly give a boost to the Canadian economy. Regions least affected by COVID-19, and at a time when the world is reviewing its habits in terms of health, this is a perfect opportunity to decentralize investments from major centres to the regions. With more flexible programs adapted to rural realities, regions will be able to play a leading role in Canada's economic recovery. If another wave is looming or another health disaster were to strike us one day, the regions enjoy an isolated position that would help maintain a strong economy when the major centres are paralyzed. I encourage the government to be bold and to promote projects in the regions and to encourage investment. This is when we will be able to reach our full economic potential and quickly pay down this huge debt weighing down our balance sheet. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 crisis is unprecedented in the 21st century. We understand that the government is in a difficult situation. But I'm reaching out. Extending my hand to the government and asking it to be open and flexible and include some of the proposals I've put forward today. I think it would help a lot of people and businesses and get the country back on track. I think it would help the country get back on its feet quickly. Thank you for the time to speak. It's been a privilege to tell you about the concerns of my citizens at this historic time. Thank you.
Lukiski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I, like so many of my colleagues before me, have said I'm extremely happy, extremely pleased to be here today, albeit with a significantly reduced number of people in this chamber. I recall the first time I stood in this House to make some comments was over 16 years ago. And I was intimidated. I was awestruck. I didn't know exactly what I would say and how I would get the words out of my mouth. And I do recall standing up and seeing a lot of empty chairs in front of me. So I'd like to say to everyone here, I want to say, even after 16 years as a parent, that I still have the ability to draw a crowd. So for those people who are here today, I thank you for that. We are living in a strange, strange world, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone here knows that. No one can deny that. It's almost like the world has been turned upside down. Who could have predicted a scant 2 months ago the type of world we are living in right now? Who could have predicted 2 months ago, Mr. Speaker, that we would living in a world where there was a global lockdown, where people could not leave their houses, were told by their governments not to leave their houses. They couldn't go next door to a neighbor's place to have a cup of coffee. They couldn't ask their grandchildren to come over for a visit. They couldn't attend a funeral. Mr. Speaker, nobody could have predicted that. Who would have predicted 2 months ago, Mr. Speaker, that literally tens of millions of people would have lost their jobs literally overnight? And who would have predicted a scant 2 months ago that there are over 3.5 million people today who have contracted this deadly virus? And the death count in most democracies and industrialized worlds, in fact, countries throughout our globe and throughout our planet, are still dying because of COVID-19. Who could have predicted that, Mr. Speaker? The answer is, of course, no one. So what have we done as a country? What have other countries done in terms of trying to combat this? And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that generally speaking, most countries that I am aware of have done a good to an exceptional job. They've put in health protocols to help flatten the curve of this pandemic. They have also done other things, Mr. Speaker, from an economic standpoint, to try and support their citizens. They have got money out the door to support those who have lost their jobs. They've got money out the door quickly to support those who've had to close businesses. And, Mr. Speaker, those economic initiatives were not only necessary, they have worked. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, and the difficulty is, at what cost? And at what cost economically? We are looking at a situation now in Canada where this year's deficit alone will be somewhat north of $250 billion, and that figure is rising. The spending tap has not been turned off yet, Mr. Speaker. Was it necessary? Yes. But what will happen 2 months from now? Mr. Speaker, the day of reckoning has yet to come upon us, but it will. So I want to spend the remainder of my time here, Mr. Speaker, to just reflect for a few moments on what this government has done to try and prepare for the situation that we find ourselves in now from an economic standpoint, and compare that with a previous government, the government that I was a part of for 9 years. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that despite the government's rhetoric that it was, and its own initiatives financially, put their government in a good fiscal position to withstand something like we're seeing today, they did not. Yes, it's true that the net debt to GDP ratio was around 30%, in the low 30s. The government keeps touting that as an example how their economy, while they were governing this country, was doing a good job. And I agree, the economy seemed to be humming along. But, Mr. Speaker, what this government will not say to Canadians, will not remind Canadians, is that in the first 4 years of this government's mandate, from 2015 to 2019, this government added over $70 billion to the Canadian debt. Now, Mr. Speaker, any economist, any financial analyst will tell you that during good times, that is the time when governments should be putting money aside for a rainy day, should be paying down debt and saving money for the future in case of a recession or some other unknown or untoward calamity washed upon our shores. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you right now, it's not just raining, it is pouring. And this government, despite their rhetoric, was, in my view, completely unprepared from an economic and fiscal standpoint to deal with the situation that we have before us today. How will we recover, Mr. Speaker? Well, that's a question that I want to ask this government when the time is right. And I recognize that now is not that time. But let's compare just for a moment, Mr. Speaker, the situation that this government finds itself in compared to some of the initiatives that the previous Conservative government embarked upon from 2006 to 2015. When I was first elected in 2004, we were in a minority situation, but we formed government in January 2006, and I can remind members that in the first 2 years of our Conservative government, we paid down $40 billion of debt, while at the same time reducing the GST from 7% to 5%. Now, in 2008, 2009, there was a recession that washed upon our shores, as they did throughout the world. And that was the global recession caused by the subprime mortgage crisis initiated in the United States. We, as a government at that time, recognized we had to do something. So we borrowed $50 billion to put into the economy as stimulus, primarily using infrastructure projects across Canada that were shovel-ready. And what happened? It worked. It worked. Our economy came out of the recession before any other country in the world. And, Mr. Speaker, by the time we left office in 2015, we were back into a balanced budget. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's fiscal responsibility. And that's fiscal restraint. Two themes that I don't think this government truly understands. I can point out to members that during our first 4 years in opposition after the 2015 election, we consistently asked the Minister of Finance, when will the government's budget be balanced? And there was steadfast refusal from this finance minister to answer that question. And I am sure, Mr. Speaker, it's not because the minister just didn't want to answer the question. It is because he didn't know the answer to the question. He could not provide an answer as to when the government's budget would be balanced. Now think about that just for a moment. Arguably the second most influential and powerful person in Canada, the finance minister of Canada, was not able to answer a simple question: when will your budget be balanced? Well, Mr. Speaker, if it was bad enough back then, when the economy was in relatively good shape, how will the Minister of Finance answer that question today? How can he possibly answer that question? Mr. Speaker, there's only two options that I see that this government has as we move forward, as we hopefully leave the health crisis, the pandemic known as COVID-19, behind us. And that is to do one of two things: either cut spending or raise taxes. My colleague who spoke just before me has already indicated that raising taxes would simply not be the right move right now, Mr. Speaker, because of the negative impact it would have upon the Canadian economy. So that leaves option number one, to reduce government services. I have never seen a government more unlikely to do that than the government sitting across from me today. Mr. Speaker, I look upon members opposite and ask them to think long and hard. What initiatives must they be faced with? What will they do to make sure that Canada's economy not only gets back on its feet, but we start dealing with the massive debt that they'll have to deal with? Because it's not I, it's not my children, not even my grandchildren, it's probably my great-grandchildren who will have to pay off that debt, Mr. Speaker. That's an unfortunate circumstance that this government, in part, brought upon themselves. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better.
Maintenant, nous allons continuer avec Madame.
We will now continue with Ms. Larouche. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to tell you that I'm going to share my time with my honourable colleagues from Joliette and Jonquière. Mr. Chair, I will very humbly tell you that I'm very surprised to be here a third time since the beginning of this crisis, still talking about the precarious situation seniors find themselves in. We are meeting today in circumstances that are just as dramatic and exceptional as before. And I may be repeating myself, but I hope the third time's the charm and that the government will finally meet the needs of seniors. I really feel like I must support these people. Those who are 65 and over were born in the 30s, 1930s and later. Many of them contributed to the Quiet Revolution in Quebec and what happened afterwards. They saw the birth of the state that we have now. Now they're seeing the opposite. They spent all their lives building a society that stood together, and now they're not getting our help. These are our parents, our grandparents, and even our older relatives. We have slowly put a distance between us. Some of them are alone, truly alone. I'm still young, but when I see what's happening right now, I don't want to grow old like that. Institutionalized solitude. There are some caregivers, but they also are victims of this loneliness. I want some dignity to be given back to our seniors. They clearly need us. They need immediate action and direct action. Mr. Chair, there are serious economic difficulties for seniors due to this crisis. Some people think that they are no longer working, so they won't suffer the consequences, but that's not true. Many of them still are working, especially women who are older, which really, in my opinion, shows how urgent the measures that we're asking for are. They obviously are not getting enough in their retirement if they need to continue working. And also, they no longer have the hopes of being able to rely on their savings. The cost of living is going up. The cost of medication, food, housing keeps going up. In 1975, the seniors' pension covered 75%, and now it's 13%. Now, many of them are relegated to poverty. This doesn't allow them to have a decent living like they deserve, and also does not allow them to face this crisis. The Bloc Québécois has been asking for an increase in the GIS since before this crisis. During the election campaign, the government seemed to be sensitive to this issue and had said that it would make a 10% increase. This would have made definitely a difference right now. In committee last Friday, Ms. Goodman, the president of certain organizations, asked that the government finally meet this commitment. But the commitment will only help those 70 and older, 75 and older. Let's not create two classes of seniors. All seniors have needs. They are not all in luxurious or long-term care homes. Ageism does not help seniors get the support they need. The seniors are very much impacted financially, but also in how they live their daily lives because of isolation measures. They have no support from their families in their homes, for example. And I also want to talk about the fact that the economic crisis, because of COVID-19, will and has already put so many businesses in difficult positions. Workers from these businesses, but retirees especially, will be particularly impacted. That's why the Bloc Québécois has been proposing measures to support the financial investments. Ms. Gisèle Tassé-Goodman, the president of the Fédération de l'Âge d'Or du Québec, has defended this request already. we want an improvement to supports in case of bankruptcy and so on. But we know that pension funds also will be impacted by COVID-19. Even if we have to look at this clearly, that means we cannot be looking at things from a partisan perspective. That's not what we do anyways to start with. We want to work with the government to find solutions now. Decent income could have helped seniors face the problem face on, stay in contact with their friends and their family through internet, help in their isolation, and also obtain the material that they need. That would have reduced their stress, and they do not need the stress at this time in their lives. We are glad to see that the government is open to our suggestions. We want to contribute as much as possible through our role as members of parliament. It is our duty to use our role and the measures we can put in place to try to find solutions. It was unfortunate that we had to see a health crisis before the government would act to help seniors and those around them. Now, it's difficult to defend not taking action when you look at the situation. And now the time frames are also difficult to put up with. Help was provided rather quickly for various segments of the population. Each day that seniors don't get assistance means that the government is not fulfilling its responsibility, and seniors are the ones who are hardest hit. The government, will it not help us participate directly? We could perhaps then act in a timely manner. The government could rely on other parties, ask us for creative ideas. There are solutions, for example, increasing pensions. And there are so many organizations that support this measure. The Liberal government, the Liberals themselves supported it during the election campaign. Seniors have the right to grow old with dignity. We have to act. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Avec Monsieur Simard.
Thank you. And Mr. Simard, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. I'm very glad to see you again. I was almost starting to miss you. I'm very glad to see you again. So first, I'd like to start by starting with congratulating those essential workers in my riding who are doing such a good job. They have to show up to work even when sometimes they would rather stay home, for example, since they're getting the CRB. So I think they are very courageous people who have their priorities in the right place. Many people from my riding, I want to talk about this before launching into my speech, but many people in my riding called my office to get more information on the CRB. One of them was someone working who often didn't declare his income on it for his taxes, said, well, it's not fair that we don't get any support through the CRB. And I said, well, you know, when you go to the hospital and any other public services, they're paid by your taxes. So it was ironic a little bit to hear what some of the colleagues across the way had to say, that is that businesses would be allowed that businesses that use tax havens would be allowed to benefit from some of the subsidy measures. So it really brings back that conversation I had with that person in my riding who works under the table. I wouldn't want to incentivize that with other businesses using tax havens. Now, at this time next year, or last year rather, if I had told somebody that we would be going through one of the worst health crises that Canada had ever seen, nobody would have believed me. And that's what a crisis is. Until it actually happens, we don't pay any attention. Right now, we're really going through this crisis that perhaps some people had foreseen by mentioning possible pandemics. For example, there was SARS. It had given us an indication of what we could be facing. But when faced with a crisis, well, I'm thinking about what we did earlier, that is, we observed a moment for the 75th anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands. We have this perspective of never again. This situation should never happen again. So I'll use that as a jumping off point to talk about the role of science in this crisis, because I'm currently the critic for innovation in science for my party. So briefly, let's just say that we are finding ourselves in a situation where there are more obligations as public decision makers that we have to take on. In such a situation, we cannot see it happen again. And we can see the direct impacts that are quite problematic. Just seniors, as my colleague mentioned earlier, they are being left to their own devices because of the situation, because health measures have to be enforced. How can we fix this situation? Well, health funding will certainly play a role. I'll come back to that. But before starting, I want to come back to what my political party has been putting forward as a position since the beginning of this parliament. We are cooperating with the government. We have seen some success, in particular with the aluminum sector issues, and that idea of collaboration. I think we need to take another look at it again, especially when planning our exit from this crisis. Our party could contribute, as it did when it was time to implement the CRB. We could contribute ideas, for example. So I'd like to come back to a few points, give the government a few ideas. For a strategy, for example, an exit strategy. There are 2 points to a crisis. First, we saw a reactive approach. The government had to put out the fires that kept popping up. That's what it did by putting in place the CRB, the wage subsidy, and so on. They had to put out the biggest fires first. Now, the second part, however, brings us to a different mode. That's a mode that's more analytical or prospective. What we're going to be trying to do is to understand, prevent, anticipate, and propose solutions, concrete solutions that can be applied. We really do need to think seriously about the role of research. It's research that will help us fight a pandemic such as the one we are seeing now. I see 2 main perspectives to this exit from the crisis. First of all, we will have to put in place mechanisms to control infectious diseases. But the other interesting perspective will be with the reopening of the economy. What will we learn from this crisis? Perhaps it will be that it's something we see right now, climate change. So when reopening our economies, we'll once again have to use the ability, our science abilities, to see how we can prevent any crises that are really out of our control, for example, but that we can have an impact on, for example, climate change. So those are the 2 main positions. But I do have some concerns because in a perspective of coming out of this crisis, well, the Conservatives earlier talked about the Republic. I understand that there's the idea of the Republic during a crisis, but we don't want the federal government to go back to its old habits, that is, cutting transfer payments to provinces. We know that this is what has led to the imbalance, the tax imbalance, and that has translated into an underfunding of healthcare services. We can see what that has led to in Quebec, for example. Services were missing, were lacking for our seniors, and this crisis has really highlighted it. Resources are not unlimited. We need to ensure that public finances are healthy and that budgets are healthy, but we need to make sure that we don't cut transfer payments so that health services can continue to be appropriately funded. Now, in terms of getting out of this crisis, perhaps the government will invest heavily into hydrocarbons that it has already done. The oil sands, for example, are no longer financially sustainable form of extracting resources. So it would be a very big mistake to invest in them. There are other sectors, for example, the forestry sector, that are much more promising. For example, so let's invest in those sectors, for example, the forestry sector, when we look at the changes to make when coming out of this crisis. The economies of Quebec, but also British Columbia could benefit from this. Just think about all the wood buildings and the biomass measures. So that would be a more harmonious approach. If the government decides to go in that direction, it can be sure that we will be there to collaborate with them. So that's one point of view. How much time do I have left, Gabrielle? Oh, well, I didn't even get to my main point of my presentation. We also have an opportunity in terms of health care, a very significant one. Today, I spoke with the Minister of Health, and I talked to her about a Quebec initiative, a biobank, that would allow for the sequencing of the COVID-19 virus. I hope the government will also step up to support this initiative that has already received the support of the Quebec government. And just in closing, I'd like to come back to this issue that we're ready to work with the government if the federal government respects those dimensions, that is, that they take into account climate change and that they will not cut funding to health services. Well, the Bloc Québécois will be there to work with them. Thank you, and we'll continue with Mr. Sainte-Marie. Yes, thank you very much. A number of economic emergency financial measures have already been taken up, for example, for seniors, the tourism industry, culture, media, and agriculture sectors, to name but a few. We want an economic update before the summer, not a budget. Why do we want an update now? To know what's happening, to get a snapshot of what's happening right now, to know what all the measures look like when put together. We also want the government to tell us what its plans are for the summer. Is it going to go to continue with these measures? How is it's going to impact the tourism sector? What will it do? The federal government has its own powers. We want it to tell the House what its plans are. Also, we are seeing a slow reopening of the economy. Restaurants will continue to provide takeout services, and perhaps they'll open their restaurants, but only on weekends, hire staff, but only part-time. Same for small and medium businesses. For the manufacturing sector, we can expect a slow reopening to economy with part-time staff. That's encouraging in one way to see what the steps will be to the new normal. But there are, on the other hand, concerns that come with that. For example, part-time workers would make not enough to support themselves, but too much to continue benefiting from the various financial support measures. So we are asking for an economic update before summer for these reasons. The fall will be the time to relaunch our economy. We'll have to hope that the crisis will be far behind us. That's why we expect a budget to be tabled in the fall so that the government can present its vision for the fall. We'll also want to build a foundation for the economy of tomorrow. Let's look at what we want to put in place. There's Joseph Schumpeter, who is an Austrian economist. He has a certain key ideas, and economists use them when talking about how to put forward and envisage tomorrow's economy. This is also an opportunity to look at how we want to rebuild our economy. that economy will not be based on former sectors that will no longer be relevant in the new age. So let's leave pipelines behind and move forward with the green economy. Tomorrow's economy will be based on technological startups, and that means that we also need to support our aerospace industry that produces some of the least polluting technology. And Quebec has a lot to do, and we need to make sure that we are all there. We also need to make sure that we have regional economies that are strong. For example, we need high-speed internet everywhere. It's the same thing as with electricity. In previous years, high-speed internet must be considered as an essential right. We need to recognize the role of our local media in this time of fake news and so on. High-quality real information must be considered an essential service as well. The report of the group of the bank will be very important. At the beginning, Ottawa had committed to covering half the health costs, and now it's covering maybe 20%, and it's been decreasing year after year. We have to be ready to react to the next health crisis, and we need to strengthen our health network for that. And we are reminded of how unfair the tax system is. Everybody's paying their fair share except banks and other large corporations with money in their tax havens. When there's a crisis, they ask for support from the state, and then they don't do anything after that. With a deficit of $250 billion, everybody has to do their part, and we can no longer have businesses using tax havens and not paying their part. André Laroux is a specialist in tax havens. There are billions and hundreds of billions of dollars from Canadian businesses in just 12 tax havens, and there's also problems with intellectual property and so on. He reminds us that the government knows about all the money put away in tax havens, but that it is doing nothing. We need to do something in this crisis. If we don't take this opportunity to make changes, we'll never do it. It's high time that the government make these practices, which are immoral, illegal. After the 2008 crisis, the OECD created a working group to take a look at this. We hope that this crisis will lead to the use of tax havens being made illegal. France, Denmark, and Poland will not help companies that take advantage of tax havens. Belgium, Italy, and the United Kingdom, and even the European Union are looking into the matter. There's nothing moving here. As I said earlier, the Journal de Montréal even wrote that companies using tax havens will finally be able to receive federal assistance. After hinting at a tightening, the Prime Minister has reversed his decision. That's unacceptable. In the fight against tax havens, Canada continues to lag behind OECD countries, even for the illegal use of tax havens. The Minister of Revenue can brag that her agency is doing more, but her figures do not hold up. For example, her announced billion to fight against fraudsters includes the employee who is hired to replace the one who is retiring. I mean, that is nonsense. That's not new money. It has nothing to do with what is being done in the United States or Europe. The government has also taken a lax attitude towards credit card companies. They have a good life and they do what they want. In Canada, interchange fees are 10 times higher than in Europe and Australia. The government must act as quickly as possible. Visa and MasterCard take too much of the profit out of our businesses. With the crisis, people are making massive use of these cards for ease of payment. There's an urgent need for action, Madam Chair. Even today, my nation continues to follow Ottawa's goodwill. There is room for maneuver here, and in times of crisis, the central government is better positioned to lead emergency and recovery measures. The Bloc Québécois is satisfied with the various measures taken so far. We are also proud to have been able to contribute in our own way to better meet the needs of Quebecers. That does not change the fact that the administration of my nation depends on the goodwill of its neighbor. We are left with decisions that do not satisfy us. We can think of the underfunding of our healthcare system. Ottawa is pulling out, and our seniors and patients are paying the price. We can think about the high-speed internet access. Ottawa is giving carte blanche to Bell and Rogers. Our regions are paying the price and are not developing to their full potential. We can think of our farmers, our artists, our seniors, and our media. I talked about the lax attitude towards credit cards and the illegal use of tax havens. In 2020, we are still not masters in our own backyard. I want to repeat, Madam Chair, we are asking for the government to present an economic update by the summer, and so we get an idea of where it wants to go, what it's planning, and to have a better idea of what's happening. And we expect a budget when we return to the House next fall. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South, Mr. Singh.
Thank you very much. I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague from the MP from Nunavut. We've talked before that during this crisis, people are struggling, and that during the immediacy of the crisis, we need to focus on three things. We need to get money in people's pockets, we need to make sure they've got a safe place to live, and we've got to make sure that there is a job for people to return to. So now we're talking about a potential return to work. In order for people to get to work, in order for people to return to work, they need three things. They need to know that their work is safe. They need to know that if they go to work, they're not going to get infected or sick, and that they're not going to spread an infection to their loved ones when they come home. So they need to be safe. In addition, there's no option. All workers in Canada need paid sick days. If a worker is sick and needs to stay home, they should not be forced with the impossible decision of, do I go into work and risk spreading an infection to my colleagues, or do I stay at home not knowing how I'm going to pay the bills? That impossible choice should no longer be a reality for Canadians. And finally, we need to make sure that children are safe and that parents can go back to work knowing that there is childcare for their kids. Now, the Conservatives talked about essentially making people so desperate that they have to go to work, that they're willing to work in dangerous conditions, take away benefits from workers to make them go back to work. That is dangerous and that is irresponsible. That is not the way to get people to work. The way we allow people or ensure people get back to work is making it safe to work, making it so that workers are not putting themselves in danger. Making people desperate to work is not the way forward. And talking about the safety of workers, we have some really troubling examples of what happens when workplaces are not safe. I want to talk about Buiti Yip. She was a worker at the Cargill meat processing facility in High River, Alberta. She became infected with COVID-19 at her workplace, and she died. She immigrated here from Vietnam. She was 67 years old, and her husband misses her desperately. The plant where she worked is a site of one of the largest COVID-19 outbreaks in Canada at a workplace. Over 900 workers have tested positive so far. The fact is, workers should not have to have risked their lives going to work. Lundi, cette usine a rouvert ses portes.
On Monday, this plant reopened after a 2-week closure. Workers and their union expressed their worries when it came to the inability of containing the epidemic in the plant and concerns that the illness would continue to spread. This is a national problem. The virus has made it into other plants as well. We need a national plan to ensure the safety of workers.
Cargill isn't the only food processing plant where workers are at risk. We've spoken to union leaders, the UFCW president. They have asked the Prime Minister to use the authority that the federal government has to ensure the safety of food to also ensure the safety of workers. Now, the Prime Minister, in his response to that assertion that the federal government could use its authority to ensure that food is safe, to ensure the workers are safe, the Prime Minister responded saying, no, our responsibility or his job is to protect the food, not the workers. Now, that is also simply inexplicable. How could a workplace pass food safety inspection if workers are getting sick in such huge numbers? If workers are sick and the work conditions are not safe, then the food obviously is not safe either. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced funding for food processing centers, which is good, but no plans to keep workers safe. Again, this is wrong. Workers want to go to work. Workers want to be able to contribute, but they also want to be safe. And if these plants are getting federal money, then the federal government has a responsibility to ensure that the workers at those sites are safe. The government can't wait until the next outbreak to then raise the alarm bells. The government must respond now. Il est très important que les Canadiens et Canadiennes déposent.
It is very important for Canadian men and women to have access to safe foods. But there's no food security without worker safety. Working men and women must be the absolute priority. No one should be treated as though they were disposable.
Put in place a national plan to ensure there's a COVID-19 safety plan, working for all workplaces, making sure that they're safe. Now, what the federal government needs to do is work with all provinces and territories, with unions and workers and businesses to ensure the same exists here in Canada. Every worker needs to know that they have the right to refuse work that's dangerous, and they need to know that government has their back. In addition, I want to make sure the government commits that no worker who refuses to do unsafe work will be denied the CERB. In addition to being able to go back to a safe workplace where workers are confident that they're going to be safe, workers now more than ever need to have paid sick leave. I'll admit that in the past, there was a different notion around sick days. I remember myself going to work when I was not feeling well was a badge of honor, an example of strength, that I would just tough it out. But we have to change this mindset. Going to work with symptoms where one can risk infecting someone else, a colleague, people at the workplace, is actually not the right thing to do. But many people don't have the privilege to just stay at home when they're sick. For them, there is that impossible choice. Going to work, potentially getting sick, or getting someone else sick, or staying at home and then not being able to pay the bills because they're not getting paid to stay at home. The government offers some paid leave, but it's not enough and it's not available to all workers. So what I'm calling for, what New Democrats are calling for, is at a minimum, all workers need to have access to 10 paid sick days. If we look at that in a work week, if you include weekends, that would give a worker over 14 days so they can rest, heal, get better, and then return to work. We need to have a commitment by this federal government to work with the provinces and territories to develop this plan, to ensure that all workers can stay at home and still pay the bills if they're sick. No one should have to be forced to make that impossible choice. Nous savons que ce ne sont pas tous les employeurs qui seront.
We know that not every employer will be able to pay sick leave because of the current crisis. However, we should consider extending the EI system and other forms of assistance in order to reach that goal. The EI system should also be changed in order to cover all working men and women. We cannot force people into making the impossible choice between going to work sick or paying their rent.
Finally, in order to get back to work, parents need to know that their children are cared for. This crisis has shown how essential childcare is. The economy doesn't work if parents don't work, and parents don't work without childcare. What we've seen in this pandemic is that in many ways, women are bearing the brunt of the pandemic. Women are more likely to have lost their jobs in the last couple of months as a result of COVID-19. Statistics Canada released a March jobs report, which showed that 6 out of 10 jobs that were lost by women were those who lost their jobs. I'm going to say that again. Statistics Canada's March jobs report showed that 6 out of every 10 workers who lost their jobs were women. Women are also working in high-risk fields, hospitals, long-term care, and grocery stores. Sans service de garde, davantage de femmes vont...
Without daycare, more women will have to leave the workforce. Without daycare, women will have to leave the workforce. The number of spots in daycare are hard to access. Many daycares were closed. Some lost essential funding. Without a federal commitment for daycare, it will be very difficult for many to go back to work.
We are calling for the federal government to put in place a funding guarantee for childcare centers so that childcare centers can continue to operate, employ staff, and be ready to open up. We also need to build an accessible, universal childcare program as a part of the recovery. We know the impacts of this pandemic have impacted women, have specifically and disproportionately impacted women, so we have an obligation to respond with investments in childcare, with investments that will allow women to take part in the workplace, and to ensure that there are childcare centers available so parents can get back to work. I've taken a moment to talk about what it takes for workers to get back to work. And again, I want to be clear. Workers want to get back to work, but in order to do that, they need 3 things. They need to know that their workplaces are safe. They need to have paid sick leave, and they need to know that their children are safe and that there's childcare available. Again, some people are going to talk about incentivizing work by removing benefits like the CERB. All that does is make workers desperate. So desperate that they're willing to put their lives in jeopardy or at risk. So desperate that they're willing to accept low wages with no benefits like paid sick leave. Le paiement de la PCU de 2000.
The $2,000 CERB payment per month is the equivalent of $12.50 an hour for a full-time worker. It's less than minimum wage in most provinces. If working men and women earn less than what they did at work, the solution is to increase their salaries and not to withdraw CERB.
We must make workplaces safe. We must give workers paid sick leave, and we must make childcare available and accessible. Canadians want to get back to work. Let's make sure that when they get back to work, they stay safe and they stay healthy. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Merci, Madam Chair. I carry a lot of passion and strength, and I think the majority of that comes from my family, but also from my constituents. So before I really dive into anything, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I often wear these earrings are made by a young lady in Nunavik who is working on graduating and has young children with her. Me supporting her supports her being able to attend school. The sealskin bracelet is from a Canadian Roots Exchange event that brought hundreds of individuals, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, from across the country together. I wear a Hope Pact bracelet from the We Matter campaign that promotes youth in creating positive messages to share with one another, because often for Indigenous peoples we see very devastating rates of violence and suicide, and it's a platform to have positive messaging be able to be sent out. In regards to yesterday as well, I also have on MMIWG red dress to show that support and solidarity with our stolen and missing Indigenous sisters, and to promote that awareness as well. I have kamikan, or sealskin boots. You can't see, those come from Arvet, and it's really important, and it directly, in my view, reflects the challenges that we face all too often as Indigenous peoples, but also the beauty and strength that comes from it. So when I walk around, and especially here in the House of Commons, I like to think that I'm representing more than what sometimes you see me standing here for. So COVID-19 and our time during this pandemic has done a lot of highlighting all the inequalities that we see for my riding and throughout Nunavut and throughout Inuit Nunangat, throughout communities that are majority Indigenous peoples. This pandemic has done nothing but shine that bright light on it, on things that we often hear, especially here in the House of Commons, we know are still issues. The frustrating aspect about that is that there were a lot of things that could have been, preventative measures could have been taken so that my constituents aren't as frustrated or stressed or scared, or there are so many unanswered questions, Madam Chair. These inequalities is something that we've been experiencing in the territory for decades, and we've been needing action for a long time. When I'm talking about action, I'm talking about basic human rights. I'm talking about the fundamental aspects of being a human being and being in this country and being a Canadian. I'm talking about year-round clean drinking water. I'm talking about being able to afford to feed yourself and your family. I'm talking about a safe place to live. That is not what I should be talking about in 2020, standing here talking about an entire territory as the representative. If we are going to come out of this pandemic in a manageable state, the federal government must address these basic human rights that we need to see more throughout my riding. Frustratingly, we've been seeing funding being promised but not actually coming to the territory, and that was the third time that it was asked. One of my colleagues had asked during Finance Committee, when can the territory expect to see that money? I asked on my committee as well, and here I am asking for a third time still with no answers. Luckily, we do not have any cases yet. We do not have any confirmed positive cases yet. We had an incident in the territory where there was deemed a false positive in Pond Inlet, who is already facing major water infrastructure issues and access to clean drinkable water. And they have been facing this since October, well before this pandemic. And I would really love to give credit to the government of Nunavut, to the public chief health officer, and to Pond Inlet for reacting so quickly and already having their plan in place and using the limited resources and equipment that they have to respond so well. As I've also mentioned, and I hope I don't have to do it for much longer, but I'm going to do it until it's something that is actually addressed. Housing, so many of my constituents, so many Nunavummiut, primarily Inuit, and we see this throughout Inuit Nunangat as well, throughout the 4 regions, that housing is a major issue. Lack of housing, housing that is mold infested, black mold infested. I get dozens of pictures all the time, and it's absolutely appalling of what people are living in. We know this is an issue, and we've heard it from multiple individuals in the House of Commons that we know these are still issues. The last federal budget, unfortunately, resulted this year in even less housing than we've seen in previous years. Already with that glaring gap, and we're seeing things being cut from us. The rates of respiratory illness are very high in my constituency. Tuberculosis is about, for Nunavummiut versus non-Nunavummiut, it's still 290 times the rate. I believe it's even worse in Nunavik. Tuberculosis is an issue throughout Inuit Nuangat, and we continue to see I don't even know if I could say failed efforts, Madam Chair, because I don't even know how much effort has actually been put in there. Nunavut, unfortunately, only has 7 ventilator units. If there are any more pressing health concerns that might require even a minor surgery, things like having a child, most often we see people actually have to leave the territory. Could you imagine having your first child and not being able to be around your family and your friends because you can't even have a child in your home community? Health services have been very much lacking for a long time. We need further clarification as to how and when the federal government will make key items like personal protective equipment, that we see that come to the territory. That is something that I know is pressing throughout the country. But these are also opportunities to take initiatives where we get to work with our seamstresses. We can promote items that create the well-being of a community, that sense of community. We've been waiting for critical answers on resources and services for weeks from multiple ministers, and as I have said before, I haven't continued to see no concrete answers. A lot of the time we are forced as Nunavummiut and as Inuit to accommodate to a Southern way of thinking or a Southern way of doing things when accessing resources and services is already so limited. A lot of the time as well, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't have the cultural humility aspect. As I had previously mentioned, medevacs in serious conditions need to be sent out of the territory. As of right now, my riding has one of the most, if not the most, restrictive travel policies around it. So all of these surgeries that can be put on hold are now put on hold, and we need to ensure that when we come to what our new normal is, that we're not facing backlog and we don't have people that potentially have serious illness now because they've had to wait for their surgery or for their follow-up. We need to make sure that there is a plan for individuals past this pandemic. We see a lot of wait times for getting our testing results back. Luckily, I have very patient constituents in my riding because it's frustrating, and the housing that I've mentioned, already being in overcrowding, already maybe not having as much access to food, to water. These are all items. How can we be asking Canadians to do these things when those services and resources aren't even there to begin with? During normal times, Nunavummiut and some communities, more in particular than others, especially during our spring melt, see that inconsistency of clean drinking water year-round. This is when we see a lot of boil water advisories. This is when we see, unfortunately, infrastructure often fails because of our circumstances in the north. And how are we supposed to ask a community, make sure you're constantly washing your hands, make sure you're disinfecting and keeping your home clean, when the community doesn't even have the infrastructure to provide accessible clean drinking water? I also had the opportunity to talk to during a committee on the internet services in my communities, which is not great, to put it nicely. I don't know if I could participate in virtual parliament from my riding. I cannot confidently say that I could. The numbers of megabytes per second and that kind of stuff in some communities is absolutely devastating. Now, a lot of the time we talk about individual effect, but what we don't talk about are the bigger items. So when you're applying for a government of Nunavut identification or your driver's license, because of the lack of bandwidth, it actually gets sent down here to Ottawa and then sent back to our communities. We have people that wait months. I have constituents reaching out to me that sometimes are waiting for over a year for their piece of ID. How are they going to access? There are so many things that are tied to that. There are so many things that you need that information for. And I guess that's a glimpse of the reality, is that something as big as that and should be as accessible is not. Two, how are we going to ask you to work from home on the poor bandwidth? How are we going to ask you to access online resources for your children in school? These are kinds of things that aren't taken into full consideration, I think, especially when it comes to my riding. That even though it seems like one smaller aspect, the trickle effect and the connectivity it has to so many other issues in my riding, it's very alive and well, unfortunately. Things like access to banking services, whether that's online or not. My hometown, I've been with a particular bank for a number of years. I could never access that service except by phone because we don't have a branch in my hometown. The next branch is a 40-minute plane ride and about an $800 ticket. That doesn't make sense. Accessibility is so key, and it's something that is very much failing in my riding. We've seen announcements made, like the $25 million for the Nutrition North program. That program does not address the root cause of food insecurity in my riding at all. There are so many issues in that program already. Now layer on a pandemic, and it doesn't make sense even more so for my riding and my constituents. As I had mentioned, the government of Nunavut is still waiting for the $30.8 million that was promised out of the $42 million requested. So I hope to have an answer soon on that, and we'll keep pushing until I do. We're still waiting to hear more information about the support from territorial grants and the Canadian Emergency Student Benefits in direct relation for providing assistance for our students. We are still seeing so many holes in the small business loans, and CERB sometimes is inaccessible for my constituents. I have many jewelers and carvers, musicians, artists, artisans, so many people being left out. And this is across the country as well. There are many Indigenous artists and artisans that are being, that are falling through the cracks. So with all this being said, I would like to try and put it into a perspective as, I guess, a race. And if we are all lined up together, and if we started with saying, please step forward if you grew up in a safe, comfortable home that wasn't overcrowded, I'd need to stand back. Step forward if you've never been affected by suicide. I need to step back. Step forward if you can afford to feed your family. There would be so many instances where myself as a representative for my constituents would be at that same line, while so many other people would be way ahead of me already. That's the gap right there, and that's what we need to close. Help me assist my constituents in having an equal starting line to be able to do the things that we should be able to do in life and have every equal opportunity as Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver-Granville.
Galakasla, Madam Chair, and I'd like to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. Our nation and the world, our ways of being, indeed our humanity, is being tested as we respond to COVID-19. This is unprecedented in recent times, and our response will have far-reaching implications for the years to come. I think we all understand the gravity of the weight we feel in this place to get it right. Our hearts to go out to all those suffering with the virus. We recognize the sacrifices being made to protect those most likely to succumb to the disease, it being not about what I can do for myself, but what I can do for others. I must also acknowledge the government, supported by civil servants, for the unprecedented steps taken to establish numerous emergency relief programs, from CERB to CEBA to mental health and many others. The emergency programs are helping, and new programs have been created and, aided by this place, adapted as needed. That said, there are issues. Like all MPs, my constituency office has heard from many, including seniors who are still struggling and are in need of government support. There are ongoing challenges for small businesses in meeting the criteria for CEBA, and there are issues about rents and what constitutes a livable income. What is more, after some 2 months of extreme social distancing measures, the residents of Vancouver-Granville, like all Canadians, are eager for some normalcy to return to their lives. So while we wait for a vaccine, we turn our minds to what comes next as we move from the emergency response to the new normal, the end of the beginning, as has been said. Clearly, physical distancing and proper hygiene are the new normal, and we will learn to live as we learn to live with COVID-19. In some cases, it will need to be institutionalized, particularly within situations of congregate living. Within long-term care facilities, there should be national standards that provinces adhere to in order to get a portion of financial support earmarked for elders. Further, there should be some standardization of pay, benefits, and schedules for personal support workers. As to the timing and the extent of removing restrictions, we, of course, must continue to be guided by science and our health experts. We must not be tempted to make the mistakes that are being made in some other jurisdictions. We do not save jobs and the economy by sacrificing lives. As the pandemic has evolved differently across Canada, given our geographical and political diversity, the plans of the provinces and territories to reopen the economy will not be, and do not need to be, the same. However, given our system of cooperative federalism, there is a role for federal coordination. We are all connected, and our Constitution protects mobility rights. We still need more efficient ways to test and track, and that is national in scope. And as electronic tracking, contact tracing become more widespread, we must be mindful of privacy rights and how we use data. We may need to regulate. There is much to consider as we plan out our post-COVID economic strategy. Under the new normal, and even after lifted restrictions, it is unlikely we will see people simply returning to life as before, at least not until a vaccine is found. Even at an optimistic 90% return to the pre-COVID economy, it will not be the same. There are longer-term fiscal implications. The federal debt to GDP ratio is projected to be 48.4% in 2020-2021. While manageable, this is certainly not ideal, especially if we factor in provincial, municipal, and Indigenous debt. We need to consider the fiscal tools available to support provincial and other governments beyond the current transfers and stabilization mechanisms. Other fiscal measures may be required. Some are suggesting raising the GST. What we do know is that the current level of expenditure to get us through the initial period is not sustainable. At the same time, they are also leading us to consider new ways to deliver assistance to Canadians, such as potentially establishing a basic livable income, something other nations are also considering. Moving forward, not all businesses will survive despite the emergency measures. We will need to decide what industry and businesses we offer additional support and under what circumstances. We should be providing essential products and services, and if we do intervene, it should be primarily through equity investment. I certainly hope the Minister of Finance will be tabling the 2020 budget soon. We need projections and we need to debate our plan. So every day in Vancouver, as I know elsewhere, we make noise at 7 p.m. to support frontline workers. When I hear this, I cannot help but think how work is valued and how it's paid. While we show gratitude reflective of our reliance on each other, the gratitude is not matched in wages. In our society, we need to reward work on a different value system. We need to understand this, and we need to be reflective. Yes, we all support the middle class and those working hard to join it, but what this pandemic has shown us is that it is really the working class and the most vulnerable that need our help. Societies are judged on how they treat their most vulnerable. If we had a society that truly supported one another, that had great health care for all, especially for our seniors and the most vulnerable, health care that provided them with safety, care, and attention they deserve every day, this crisis likely would not have been as much of a struggle for those people. And if we cannot see that now, then when will we ever see it? If we are able to do something during a pandemic, then why not permanently? Thankfully, and mindful of Alert Bay in my nation, there have not been major outbreaks of COVID in Indigenous communities across Canada. But this could change. We must remain vigilant and must support Indigenous communities that are taking steps to protect their communities from COVID-19 and affirm their inherent right to do so. There is also a growing mental health concerns in terms of isolation, particularly in remote communities. The pandemic only highlights the ongoing need for true reconciliation and a rights recognition framework so that we can properly address issues of overcrowding, lack of infrastructure, poverty, and good governance. Greening our economy is also a necessary lens through which we must view our post-pandemic socio-economic plan to follow the lead of nations like Germany. The Prime Minister often says that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. The truth is, and what this virus is showing, is that the environment, of which we are all a part, dictates the economy. And it will continue to do so more dramatically as our temperatures increase. While stories of dolphins in canals in Venice may have been premature, the planet does appear to be healing. This is not to suggest for a moment that we should not restart our economy. Quite the contrary. But what it does make you think about is what sort of economy should we be restarting? It also makes one think about how we measure social well-being and success, and it is not just about growth in the GDP. GDP per capita has historically been used to make assumptions about the standard of living within a nation. The assumption being that the higher the per capita amount, the better the standards are. However, as I read a recent article, GDP has mixed results when trying to measure the social well-being of a population. As an economic tool, it only makes assumptions about the basic standards of living, which can be different across socioeconomic spectrum of a nation. Moreover, better standards of living do not necessarily equate to increased social well-being. We need to ensure that we look at this idea. When we look at the crisis through the lens of our international relationships, it is coming at a time when democracy is under pressure and when the international rules-based order is being challenged and power is shifting. In many ways, COVID-19 is about a brewing perfect storm internationally. When the vaccine does ultimately come, Canada can show leadership and insist that it be made available to populations who are at the greatest need. We have a lot to do as members of Parliament in this House, Madam Chair, and I know that when working together we can achieve many great things in terms of responding to this pandemic in a way that ensures that we are caring and compassionate, and as Bonnie Henry, our amazing public health officer in British Columbia, always sums up, that we be calm, be kind, and be safe. Gala Kessler.
Thank you very much. And we now I just have to say, the committee stands adjourned until tomorrow at noon. Thank you all very much for your collaboration. Thank you to our interpreters. Shout out à tous les interprètes. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much to the interpreters.